Das ist welche Nummer? Kannst du mal check 1 2. I'm testing the audio for the stream. So Flo, it's 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yes. And now you have to wait for it to be created. Is it? I just keep on talking until you tell me it's okay. Okay, perfect. Yes, this is an audio check for the live stream. I think the live stream is streamed via YouTube, I think, and not Vimeo today. Okay. So normally it's Vimeo or no, not really. It was Vimeo. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yes, so now it's done, Flo, so you can press exit if you want. It's on the very right, exactly.
So we come back to the PC.
You are already on the PC? Yes. So. And now you are on the still, number 1. Exactly. So I'm gonna keep on talking until someone tells me to stop. Meanwhile, we can grab the other 2 wireless belt packs.
From downstairs?
Yes, exactly. So, yes, no problem. I can keep on talking. They are here. Yes, it's 1 and 2 and 11 and 12. It's always okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Ja, oder?
Ja, nimmst mal beide mit, was du brauchst.
Und das 1-2 ist einfach...
Prova? Prova. Hi, everyone. We, of course, are Italian. We are a bit late. So we will start at 9:15. Yes, thank you.
'Cause it-
No, ma te sei fuori. No, ma sei proprio scema, eh.
Try. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, good morning, everybody. I think we can slowly start taking a seat. And yes, we can get it started. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Then I think we can start. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the UIS Italian Symposium, our first edition here in Switzerland and at ETH Zurich. And first of all, I want to thank all of you for the support and the participation. We are really, really happy to see such a diverse audience in front of us. So students, professors, young professionals, founders, all coming together around the topic of AI, that is for sure not only shaping our present, but also our future. And before we begin, I just want to briefly walk you through how today will unfold. We will have different panels and also different keynote sessions and around the topic of AI, mostly around entrepreneurship, robotics, life science, and ethics. And what is special about the symposium is that the conversations will be moderated by young professionals and students that are part of United Italian Societies. And I will not spoil too much about who we are and what we do, because we will talk about it more in depth later. And yeah, I just give the word to Nicoletta.
Thank you very much. Thank you all from my end for being here today. As Alice already mentioned, the topic of today will be AI, but the title is Humans for AI, Dialogues Between Society and Technology. Why we decided to build a whole symposium around this topic? Because we realized how important and central AI is in our life. It's everywhere. It's in our daily conversation, in our personal relationship, in our job. And it can be very and extremely powerful, but at the same time, it might be also feel a little bit overwhelming, and people might get scared. For example, am I going to be replaced? Am I going to change the way I'm living? So today, what we will try to do is not focusing entirely on technology, but more specifically on the humans. The role of humans in a world where technology is constantly taking more and more space. So what does it mean for us as professionals? What does it mean for us as people part of a bigger society? Before we officially begin, I would like to take a moment to thank all our supporters for this initiative. First of all, the symposium is made with the kind patronage of the Italian Consulate in Zurich, that we really thank you for the support. It's always a pleasure to receive your support, and you will hear from the consul, Mario Baldi, soon, some words. And then our sponsor, Italian trade agency Lexer Generali and IBM, VSTH, and Personal German. And a special thank also goes to Kiko Verde for sponsoring today's coffee break, and Emmet Zurich for the lunch that you will have in a few hours. You will have anyways the chance to meet all the sponsors outside here in the hallway. There is a small exhibition. I really encourage you to engage with them and start a conversation. And last but not least, a special thank goes also to our community partners, in particular the Italian Chamber of Commerce in Switzerland, Italian Tech Alliance, and Pizzatech. And now I guess I'm done with all my housekeeping duties. Yes.
I will just introduce our first speaker. I just want to briefly mention that we will have just a couple of keynote at the beginning in Italian, but the rest of the day will be completely in English. And it's a pleasure to welcome our first speaker, that is the Consul General of Italy in Zurich, Mario Baldi. And we are very glad for his support and presence in all this initiative that foster the exchange between Italy and Switzerland.
Thank you very much for being here.
Grazie a tutti, è per me un grande piacere e un onore porgere il benvenuto istituzionale a questa edizione della United Italian Society Symposium dedicata all'intelligenza artificiale qui a Zurigo, nel Politecnico Federale, un'istituzione che rappresenta in modo esemplare l'eccellenza nella ricerca, nell'innovazione e nel dialogo internazionale. Ed è significativo che questo simposio venga organizzato da un'associazione di studenti italiani all'estero. Fin dal primo giorno il Consolato Generale a Zurigo ha sostenuto questa associazione, questa iniziativa, riconoscendone il valore e soprattutto il potenziale. Voi rappresentate una parte straordinaria dell'Italia, un'Italia competente, curiosa, internazionale, capace di confrontarsi con il mondo senza perdere la propria identità. Nei laboratori, nelle università, nei centri di ricerca svizzeri e internazionali portate con voi il frutto di anni di studio, di sacrificio e di formazione ricevuti nel nostro Paese. Ed è importante dirlo, il vostro successo è anche il risultato della qualità del sistema scolastico e universitario italiano. Un sistema che pur tra tante difficoltà e limiti, che sono noti a tutti, continua a formare giovani di altissimo livello, apprezzati ovunque nel mondo, per preparazione, creatività e capacità critica. Per noi, come istituzioni italiane all'estero, vedere tanti giovani italiani distinguersi in Svizzera e in altre parti del mondo è motivo di autentico orgoglio. Orgoglio per ciò che avete raggiunto, ma anche per il modo con cui rappresentate l'Italia, con serietà, competenza e apertura internazionale. La Svizzera e Zurigo in particolare sono oggi uno dei grandi poli europei dell'innovazione, della ricerca e dell'alta formazione. E la presenza italiana in questo ecosistema, tra l'altro, come sapete, il rettore dell'Università del Politecnico di Zurigo è un italiano. La nostra presenza in questo ecosistema è forte, è stimata ed è profondamente integrata. E questo costituisce un ponte naturale fra i nostri due paesi, un ponte fatto non soltanto di economia e di commercio, ma soprattutto di conoscenza, di scienza, di cultura e di relazioni umane. Molti di voi hanno scelto di costruire qui una parte importante del vostro percorso professionale e umano. È una scelta legittima, spesso inevitabile, talvolta persino necessaria per poter esprimere pienamente il proprio talento. Ma credo che resti fondamentale che voi manteniate un legame vivo con l'Italia. Il nostro Paese ha investito molto nella vostra formazione. Vi ha dato strumenti come la scuola, l'università, la cultura, la lingua e un metodo. Quindi la speranza è che un giorno possiate restituire almeno una parte di ciò che avete ricevuto, attraverso collaborazioni, ricerca condivisa, reti accademiche, innovazione, mentoring delle nuove generazioni, o magari anche tornando un domani a mettere la vostra esperienza al servizio del nostro Paese. E un Paese cresce quando riesce a valorizzare i propri talenti, anche quelli che vivono fuori dall'Italia. E voi siete parte integrante dell'Italia di oggi. In questo contesto la United Italian Societies svolge un ruolo essenziale. È un luogo di confronto, una piattaforma per condividere opportunità e soprattutto una comunità di menti italiani brillanti, una rete globale, dinamica e orientata al futuro. Noi siamo qui come istituzioni diplomatiche per sostenervi, per promuovere questa cooperazione. Con questi pensieri auguro a tutti voi un simposio stimolante e produttivo. Sono certo che le discussioni di oggi daranno vita a nuove idee, a nuove connessioni e a nuove opportunità di collaborazione. Vi ringrazio per ciò che fate e vi auguro un futuro pieno di soddisfazioni. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Console Baldi, for the nice and kind words. We will now hear a short video message from Director of ETH Zurich, Professor Di Sertori. He unfortunately is not able to join us in person, but he still wanted to share a few words with our audience. As already mentioned by the Console Baldi, the fact that the symposium is hosted here at ETH carries a very important significance, because of course ETH is not only a leading institution when it comes to innovation and education, but is also a place that is continuously shaping global conversation about innovation and educating the young generation shaping the future of tomorrow. So yes, we can now hear a short message from the rector. Thank you.
Dear students, colleagues, and guests, I'm delighted to welcome you to the Italian Symposium 2026 at ETH Zurich, even though I cannot be with you in person, unfortunately. The symposium brings together people who think and work across borders. That is precisely what makes it so special. Today, you are addressing a central question of our time. How do we preserve what it means to be human in a world increasingly shaped by artificial intelligence? AI is bringing about significant change. It challenges us to ask us again, what defines us as human beings? Our responsibility, our decisions, the way we treat one another? At ETH Zurich, we view science as a guiding principle. It helps us not only to drive technological progress forward, but also to contextualize it. For what we develop always has an impact on society, on people's lives. The fact that you, as people interested in science with Italian roots, are gathering at today's symposium highlights something really important. Innovation requires not only technology, but also exchange, trust, and human solidarity. I wish you a very inspiring event. Grazie e benvenuti all'ETH di Zurigo.
Perfect. Thank you to Professor Di Sartori for this kind message. And now we will just welcome our next speaker, which is the Director and Trade Commissioner of the Italian Trade Agency, which plays a key role in supporting the international development of the Italian companies abroad. Please welcome Samuele Porzia.
Buongiorno, intanto farò un po' italiano, un po' inglese. Allora, buongiorno, io sono Samuele Porzia, il direttore dell'Istituto Commercio Estero, l'ufficio ICE di Berna. Per chi non conoscesse ancora l'ICE è l'agenzia governativa che si occupa della promozione del Made in Italy e dell'internazionalizzazione delle imprese italiane e attrazione investimenti esteri. Qui all'estero lavoriamo sotto l'egida dell'Ambasciata d'Italia, per questo siamo a Berna. Abbiamo 74 uffici in 69 paesi, siamo un network molto importante. Perché oggi noi abbiamo deciso di partecipare a questo evento? Perché l'ICE oggigiorno, l'ufficio ICE, è chiamato anche lui ad innovarsi, perché oltre alle classiche iniziative promozionali che un ufficio ICE deve fare all'estero, le fiere, i seminari, gli incontri B2B, le missioni di incoming di operatori alle principali fiere estere, noi oggigiorno siamo chiamati anche a dare un supporto diverso, un supporto appunto a questi giovanamente, le start-up italiane, tutto ciò che riguarda l'innovazione. E come lo facciamo questo supporto? Abbiamo creato un nuovo programma che si chiama Global Startup Program, dove noi facciamo ogni anno una selezione delle principali start-up italiane e offriamo loro un programma di accelerazione che quest'anno avrà luogo anche in Svizzera, qui a Zurigo, nel mese di ottobre per circa un mese, 3 settimane per la precisione. Questo è quello che ci siamo prefissati. Poi cerchiamo anche di andare in quelle nicchie di mercato dove il know-how italiano può ha anche un grande valore aggiunto, come le biotecnologie, la parte chiaramente dei beni strumentali, vari settori in cui l'Italia ha ancora qualcosa da dire in Svizzera, perché il resto dei settori principali, cioè food and beverage, energia, macchinari, essendo la Svizzera un mercato di prossimità, quarto nostro partner commerciale, chiaramente lì l'ufficio ICE non può dare un valore aggiunto, ma può solo consolidare le posizioni italiane. E dunque oggi è con grande piacere che partecipo a questo simposio per conoscere appunto i nuovi talenti del futuro e poi soprattutto perché, come diceva prima il Console Generale, voi siete comunque un vanto per noi, siete, non mi piace la parola ambasciatori, però voglio dire il fatto di avere tanti italiani qui, una comunità di expat, io che ho viaggiato in tutto il mondo per tutta la vita, è un pregio per noi, vado fiero di tutti questi italiani che riescono a imporsi nel top management di grandi multinazionali e imprese nei paesi dove risiedono. Dunque un grande augurio da questo punto di vista. Infine, so just a few words in English. So I'm the Trade Commissioner of Italy, of the Italian Trade Agency, which is the agency that is in charge of promoting the Made in Italy and support the Italian companies abroad. Our main office is here in Bern, but we cover the entire territory of Switzerland. We organize many events, 50 events per year. And our presence here today is the contribution is to bring economic and industrial dimension also we want to highlight. You know? What we're looking for is research, innovation, and turning it into concrete opportunities for the Italian companies. As I mentioned before in Italian, we have our role here is to support the Italian companies, but the Italian startup. This is one of our main tasks this year. We want to try to internationalize them and to support them with investment from Switzerland. I think that this symposium focus on AI is reshaping society and innovation. So, however, our priority is to support the Italian ecosystem, but it's not only creative and scientifically strong, but I guess it's also globally connected, investment ready, and commercially scalable. We are here as Italian trade agencies to facilitate those connections between Italian talent, companies, and the Swiss innovation community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Samuele, for your kind words. Before we start officially with our program of today, we would like to spend a few words for telling you about the community and the organization behind the whole preparation of the symposium. So please, round of applause for Giusy Spaccone. She's the president of the Swiss-Italian Society in Zurich, and she will tell us a bit more about the initiative and the vision behind it. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone, and thank you, first of all, for being here. I am Giusy, and as Nicoletta mentioned, today I am here on behalf of United Italian Society, which, as you know already, is the main organizer of today's event. First of all, I want to thank you to the institutions, to ETH Zurich, for hosting us here today. I want to thank you to all the speakers, partners, and of course, all the people. Also, a huge thank, of course, to Nicoletta, Alice, for organizing this event, and to all the people which have been working on the background over these months. Who we are. So, United Italian Society is a student-led, non-profit organization which is active now all around the world. We are active in 8 countries, and we are covering more than 60 universities. Just to give you a couple of names, we have Imperial College in London, MIT in Boston. So far, we have reached more than 11,000 students, and we are constantly growing and expanding. Our main goal is to support essentially students that want to start their path abroad, either studying or moving the early steps in their career. We do this organizing events, having some mentorship program. We have also a job board to facilitate the transition between academia and the job environment. We are also trying to create a dialogue with the Italian institutions. Essentially, our main goal is to help people, students, to grow internationally, while at the same time trying to keep a relationship with our own country. So what about Switzerland? We launched the Swiss chapter almost 2 years ago so far, and as you can see, now it includes the student clubs in the 3 main Swiss cities. So for Zurich, we have Swiss Italian Society, of which I am founder and president. We have for Lausanne, Achille, and Stig for Geneva. Our goal essentially is to create an exchange for students, a young professional across Switzerland, and at the same time, try to help them to radicate within the Swiss environment. This is why I'm also very happy to have here today representative of other student clubs, international clubs from ETH. Our project has been officially recognized by the Italian institutions last September in one event which was held here at ETH. And over the past months, we have been working hard to organize Humans for AI. So, well, here we are today. Our main goal essentially was to bring here today Italian speakers, professionals, which work either in Italy or all across the world. The main idea is, of course, to create a dialogue around the topic of artificial intelligence, and our main goal is to try to understand how this is shaping our society, both from a technological but also human point of view. So, above all, we want to try to answer one question, which is how and if we can stay still human in this AI area. So I really hope today will be the opportunity for students to engage with speakers, partners, institutions, and of course, I'm more than happy to have all of you here today. So welcome again to Humans for AI.
Thank you. Thank you, Giusy, for the introduction to the symposium. And now we can officially start our program. And when we were thinking of who could open and give a keynote introduction to set the stage for this Humans for AI topic, we couldn't think of a person more fit than Nicoletta Jacobacci, which is an AI ethics strategist, and she is one of the leading international voices in exploring the relationship between artificial intelligence, ethics, and society. And she will present her ethics for example work. And please give a round of applause to Nicoletta Jacobacci.
Good morning, everybody. So I have a big responsibility. I'm opening. OK. Thank you very much for this kind of introduction. Oh, what's happening? Oh, yes. 3.6 seconds. This is the time that an average AI takes to make a decision. A decision to, let's say, identify a target, to approve a transaction, to suggest a prescription, to even suggest what kind of movies you are going to watch tonight. 3.6 seconds for a human being, it's really a short time. But if the human being is aware, if the human being is trained, probably can use these 3.6 seconds. 3.6 seconds for decision means 1,000 decisions per hour, which is a very long, big number. And this is the tempo that a software called Maven used to make a decision. So Maven is a military software, military AI software, which is employed by the US Department of Defense and also from some countries of NATO. And the tempo to make a decision for Maven is, again, 3.6 seconds. On February 28, 2026, in Iran, Minab, unfortunately, a rocket struck a school. It was a mistake. It was a mistake, why? Because the location was a military location, and it was there, and it was like 10 years old, the information, but they made a school in that location, and nobody actually updated the map, updated the data, and there was a mistake, unfortunately. And this same architecture is not only military. Unfortunately, on a small scale, it's also for us. Now, the line between military and civilian is kind of blurred. And let's say that also many Silicon Valley companies are actually growing and go towards military because military, of course, it's a bigger, let's say, ground and also more money and also easier to probably deploy. So when I say same architecture, smaller scale, means that when we, let's say, use the biometric to open our phone, when we decide we scroll, we decide what to watch, that time is, again, 3.6 seconds. And for us, in this room, we know, so we can kind of be aware. The only problem is that the little ones, this generation that has been born in 2025 onwards, that is called Generation Beta, they are born with this architecture. We know that this is a new architecture, but for them it's going to be the architecture. They are going to be born in this. So we need to be actually aware of that. I work on ethics and AI, and this image is very well known. It's a scale with a chip with AI inside. That means rules, regulation. That means how to control, in a sense, AI. But the control, it's okay, and don't get me wrong. I work for the European Commission, so I actually review, I actually write, I actually audit rules and regulation for AI. But we have a challenge, because rules and regulation are coming from what? From our brain, which is linear, which is step by step. And artificial intelligence, actually, it's growing exponentially. So we do not have the same pace. We are working on different paces. So what can we do? And again, don't get me wrong, we need rules and regulation. They are fundamental and mandatory. But I think we need something in parallel that goes at the same speed of the growth of AI. So I was reflecting on that for a long time. And I came up, in a sense, with a kind of concept that is philosophical, but because imagine, when you rule and regulate an AI, you actually take a snapshot of the film that is going. And that snapshot rules and regulate that moment, but AI grows. It's something else already. So we need, again, something that goes in parallel. So my philosophical concept is this one, because again, what do we do with AI is that it's called ethics of design, meaning that we build rules when we start building the system. Ethics of example is a little different. It's a kind of very simple concept. What is it? Each time you intervene or you interact with an AI, in a sense, you are teaching something to the system. And you are teaching something about what? About what means to be human. Because, of course, if you, let's say, write with impatience, if you are very, you need to be very fast and etc., the system learns that you need impatience, you need urgency. If you are patient, if you are a little bit more, I want to say polite, the system learns also that. And this is an experience that actually I had in 2023. So ChatGPT came out in 2022. I was teaching at that time in Geneva at Western University, which is an American university. So I go, 7th of January 2023, I go in class to greet my students. And the students actually assaulted me and said, we want to use ChatGPT because we want to use it, and etc. At that time in the United States, there was a campaign, a strong campaign, not to bring ChatGPT in classes. So I found myself at a crossroad. What do I do? Do I go with or against the rules? I decided to go kind of against the rules. Of course, I went to the administration. I explained that for me it was a research that I had to use ChatGPT in classes. They approved it. And there I discovered something important, very important, and it was not only generational, that the way you actually act and intervene with AI, the answer is different. Our answers were different, because I was like, in Italy we say in 1900, when you go to the doctor with a hat in your hands, meaning that you are kind of not afraid, but you are very polite. And my attitude was that, to be polite. Students were urgent. They want something right away. They were like, when you treat a younger brother, do this, do that. And the answer actually were different. So from that point, I started to think about the fact that we want to give some good example of who we are, of humans. And it didn't, from there it started a research, because in a sense it's not only a rule, it's a behavior, it's a form of being present with AI. And also there is something else that I would like to actually underline, because not too many people realize that. I call it the mirror effect, what it is. In a sense, it's how you treat AI. It stays with you, and then is how you treat your peers. Why? Because let's say that we know that the brain is a muscle, right? So let's think it as a gym. If you train yourself to be patient, then this training stays in your body. You embody patience. And then you are more patient outside your environment of AI. If you are always, and we know that today efficiency and velocity are our, let's say, big attitudes. But if you are a little patient, or if you, and I'm going to talk about this a little later, if you are present, you are going to bring this presence outside your intervention with AI. So this is what I'm saying to you now. Try to be aware of what you're doing with AI. And from, let's say, writing and writing about philosophical concepts and talking about that, I decided, because even though I'm not a young startupper, I decided to become proactive. So I said, you know what? I want to do something. Why? Also because I realized, studying AI a lot, let's say that I started with AI. Let me give you a little anecdote. So in 2021, I was finishing my second book, called, in Italian, L'etica è donna. Ethics is AI. Ethics is female. And it's not a feminist book, because I finished that we need, I finished with Plato and the Symposium, so we need really a round one. And I wanted to actually discuss or debate every chapter with an AI. And it was 2021, June. So all my friends, I travel a lot speaking and etc. And all my friends around the world said, no way, it's not possible, you cannot do it. I'm stubborn, I'm Italian, and the Italian mother, they are very stubborn. So I said, no, I want to do it. So, not being a technological person, I go to GitHub. And I found 2 young people that were working with ChatGPT too. And I convinced them to work with me. So my book that came out I finished it in July 2021, every chapter has a discussion with AI. If you read it now, it looks like analog versus digital. So I do not advise you to read it. But I've done it. So I've been in AI practically since that time. And of course, using, and studying, you realize that you are losing a little bit your decisional power. Why? Because AI is very fast, AI is very pleasurable, answers right away. The only problem is that answers right away, especially ChatGPT, and I'm sorry for saying that, but it's true, and doesn't let you finish your thinking. So it gives you the answer before you finish thinking. Think about it. It's happening. So this is what? This is losing our decisional power. This is eroding our agency, which makes us human. So I decided to develop something that is not slowing AI, but actually is identifying when you are losing your decisional power. I tried. The technology is there. I'm in actually test phase. How? I tried to identify the cohort, the population that are more vulnerable, but actually we design it in a way that it can be applied to everybody, because it's not only vulnerable cohort that are at stake. Everybody has this problem. Everybody, if is not aware, if is not present, for, again, efficiency and velocity, delegate. And we need to be very, very careful on that, because this is who we are. So, back to our numbers, 3.6 seconds per decision. Maven, the AI system, took it from us. And what did it take from us? The fact that we are human beings, but this 3.6 seconds is not only human being, it's being human, which is our core, which is our essence again. So, you know what? Let's take them back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dottoressa Iacovacci, for your words. I think it's really inspiring, and it's important what you said, that AI is ultimately the result of human choices and personal responsibility. This is exactly what we would like to discuss today. I think with that, we can now move on to our first panel of the day. We decided to call it Innovation for AI. Artificial intelligence is really shaping the way we think, the way we build, the way we work and communicate. And behind every step forward, there is a very broad and big ecosystem made out of several different elements, being infrastructure, scientific research, entrepreneurship, computing power, but most importantly, all the people that dedicate their daily lives to innovation and discovery. So the first conversation of today brings together leaders working at the forefront of AI innovation. And we will begin with a keynote panel with our address with Antonio Gulli. He leads a strategic initiative in AI cloud and search at the CTO office of Google Cloud. He's an entrepreneur, an inventor, and a long-standing voice in AI and research technologies. So he brings a really unique international perspective. The panel will be moderated by Glauco Rampone. He's a master's student here at ETH in statistics and mathematics, and a young researcher at the Stanford University. So for us, it's really an honor to have both of you on stage, and especially the moderation of Glauco, reflecting the real spirit of UIS, of brilliant minds shaping the future of our society. So please, a round of applause for them.
Oh. We will now continue with the next part of the panel. I'll now leave room to Nicoletta.
Thank you, Antonio, for your words and for participating. I think there's going to be time to engage with the speakers also during the break, which will be exactly after this next panel. On this, I wanted to add something for those of you who booked the one-on-one sessions with the speakers. After this session, please go to the info desk at the entrance, because you will get more information about your exact time and where you will need to go. And with this, I think my microphone still works, even if I don't use this one. Yes. Great. We can now move on to our roundtable discussion for this first session of the day of the Innovation for AI session. The conversation will bring together experts leading some of the most important institutions of AI here in Switzerland. They have very different backgrounds. They come from scientific research, supercomputing, technological innovation, academia, industry, entrepreneurship. So what we're really trying to do here is bringing together at the same table, even if our tables are very small, very brilliant mind coming from different backgrounds discussing on the same topic. Moderating the session will be Alice Bondi. She also studied here at ETH Zurich. She has a master in medical physics with specialization in AI. She worked for Accenture in life science consulting, and now she will soon start her new job as a technical AI project associate. So she's the perfect person to lead this conversation. Please welcome Alice back on stage. And I'll leave it to her.
Thank you, Nicoletta, for the introduction. Yes, I will just present the 4 speakers that I will be moderating, and I just want to say that it's an honor for me to be sitting with them. So we will have Maria Grazia Giuffreda, which is the Associate Director of the Swiss National Supercomputing Center. She's overseeing Switzerland National AI and HPC infrastructure, including ALPS and the Apertus open source language model initiative. So a round of applause for Maria Grazia Giuffreda, where you want. Then we have Luca Gambardella, which is one of Switzerland's most influential AI scientists. He's been the director of ITSIA for 25 years, and he's also the director of the MAS at USI. And he also in the private sector co-founded Artificially, bridging cutting-edge research and real-world AI application. So, Luca Gambardella. Perfect. Then we will have Alessandro Curioni, which is IBM Fellow and Director of IBM Research in Zurich. He is internationally recognized for his work in high-performance computing and computational science, and he leads IBM research across Europe and Africa. Welcome, Alessandro. And then we will have Enrica Porcari instead, which is the Chief Information Officer at CERN, and she collaboratively shapes the digital strategy underpinning the scientific work of CERN's global community. So welcome, Enrica. It's a pleasure. Yes. Great. I see that you all have a microphone. Perfect. Okay. So let's start. I will just start with an open question for all of you. You've all, I just presented you, you've all built something significant in AI, you work in AI, but before that I would like to understand what is the path, your trajectory, what brought you here, also as an inspiration for the young professionals and students that are hearing from us. What is the moment that shaped the most your trajectory, maybe a turning point, a choice? So maybe we start with Enrica.
All right, I chose the,
yeah.
chose the wrong seat. So let's say that my path leading me to CERN 5 years ago hasn't really been a straight path, to put it mildly. I keep on saying that I didn't choose technology, but also technology chose me. I happened to get into the technology field by chance. I'm actually a social scientist by training, which at the time was a very strange thing that the social scientists would actually get into technology. But if you look at the way we are having the whole panel today, and I said, maybe I was 30 years ahead of our time. So I'm probably an innovation by default, an innovator. You know, I thought of these things because I have a keen interest in human behavior, and I was seeing this opportunity presented to me to get into technology, and I kept on saying, okay, but we developed, and this was the very early years of. I belong to that generation that grew up without the internet, and when I saw this technology coming in. And my first professional job was at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, which hasn't always been seen as a trailblazer in the application of technologies. But we saw this coming, and I said, how can technology actually help the organization deliver better on its mandate? And my job has always been around that, basically the connection between human behavior and human objectives to the application of technology. But then it went more than the application, we went into the shaping and the development of technology. So kind of I kept on these two paths at the same time. I work very closely in the development of new technology in the HPC centers for agriculture research centers and so forth. And then landing at CERN, one of the cradles of innovation, one of the prides of Europe and the world, I think, and is a place where, as you know, a lot of the technologies that is developed at CERN to solve very challenging computational and scientific problems actually find application in humanity. You know, a lot of the work that we do, even in AI right now, AI is not new at CERN. I mean, we've been working on machine learning and AI since the 80s. I mean, to solve some of the computational challenges that we have. We work now at the scale of an exabyte of data coming into us and trying to find a needle in a haystack. We can't just do it manually, so we need to create it. But our keen interest is how do we translate this technology into positive societal impact. And it's something that I think as Europe, as a European center, is something we're very proud and we should continue doing. So my path hasn't been linear. And so if your path is non-linear, don't worry about it. It will be fine.
Great, I think that's reassuring for most of us. And he said, Maria Grazia, I would ask you, what was your turning point that shaped your trajectory?
Well, I studied chemistry.
Great.
So I was I first started, was going to the gymnasium or the Liceo Classico. So I was very much into all Greeks and Latins, and I loved philosophy. But then at the time that I needed to decide what to do, I decided to go for something scientific. And I was particularly interested in chemistry because I like to understand things. I like to understand how things are doing what they are doing. And chemistry, I know that there is the eternal debate between physicists and chemists that who rules the world. I mean, yes, of course, physics tells us the rules or the laws, but it's chemistry that tells you why how the matter works together and does what it does. So I was very fascinated by chemistry, and initially I thought, okay, maybe science is the way to go. But the harsh reality was that once I started to do chemistry, I liked all the theoretical chemistry, but as soon as I entered a lab, this was a total disaster. I hated qualitative, quantitative chemistries. All these things were really something not really super exciting for me. But then I actually find out that there was the physical chemistry and theoretical chemistry. So my last 3 years were all about physical chemistry, theoretical chemistry, and computational chemistry. I did a thesis in computational chemistry and then a PhD after that. And I was super excited by the fact that I could do what I liked by using a computer rather than a lab.
Sounds great.
And so I started, I did a PhD, I did a postdoc actually here at TTH Zurich, and then I was using large infrastructures to do my research. And then I mean, there were opportunity opening, and I started to work at the Swiss National Supercomputing Center, which was, I mean, a great opportunity for me because I loved science, and I really didn't want to leave the field. And I found out actually that I could not only know what's going on in chemistry in my own field, but I had a broader overview and a broader impact on advancing entire science. So this is how I ended up working in a supercomputing center and with computers.
Nice, very interesting. Thank you. Luca, coming to you instead, what was a moment that shaped your trajectory, and maybe you can also walk us through maybe the transition from researcher to founders. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm by education a computer scientist. I graduated in Pisa in 1985. At that time was called Scienze dell'Informazione. And I was fascinated by the algorithmic part of computer science. Then, you know, for me, recursion, divide and conquer, you know, I mean, it's something that I continue to keep in my mind. And I have the privilege to do my master thesis in artificial intelligence at that time in ISPRA, with the special machine that was called Lisp machine, was a machine devoted to run a special language that was the AI language at that time. Then finished my university, I was invited to work for the Dalle Molle Institute. Cioè Lugano was 1988, I was 26. And this center was founded by an Italian person, Mr. Dalle Molle, that was the owner of the Sinar liquor. He decided to invest his own money for opening a research center in artificial intelligence in 1988. Put your head, you know, in 1988, AI was really something very, very, you know, crude, very, very simple at that time. And please, if you want to listen to the story of this man, there is a recent podcast of Radio Rai that is Angelo Dalle Molle, un genio dimenticato. And you know, you can appreciate the story of this special man. And yeah, I started there. I was involved in this activity about algorithm research. I invented what is called uncolony optimization. Then always in this area between algorithm, machine learning, computational complexity. And I also been the director of the Dalle Molle for 25 years. In my institute, I mean, just to say one, I see Google here, one of the three founders of the of Google DeepMind, Shell Legg, was our PhD student. Then, you know, at that time, AI was really isolated in a small research center, and also we got a big prize from NVIDIA because we've been one of the 10 research institutes really profiting from the GPU to train neural networks. Then, you know, the story was there. Then we also start to do a lot of research projects, but also at a certain point to collaborate with industry. There is a special fund in Switzerland called, at that time was CTI, now it's called InnoSwiss, to facilitate the collaboration between academia and industry. I did many projects in this area, but at a certain point, you know, I started to be frustrated because company came to me and said, hey, Prof, after this project, we are not able to use AI really every day in practice. How can we solve it? How can we do it? Then at a certain point, I also saw an opportunity in the business side to really create a company able to help this company to use AI, to put AI on practice. And was 2020, then we call ourselves a pre-ChatGPT company. Was before GPT, and now we are here. Maybe I'm going to say something later about this story.
Yes,
Thank
you, Luca. And finishing the round with Alessandro, instead, what was a pivotal moment in your career? What brought you and mostly made you stay in corporate research?
Thank you, and congratulations for this meeting and the organization. It's really something that you have to be proud of. So look, since the beginning of my, let's say, studies and then professional life, one of the things that always has been driving me is curiosity. Yeah, that is why brought me, for example, to leave my very nice town Como and go to study in Pisa again, a Scuola Normale Superiore, where I've done both the laurea and the PhD. And exactly during this period that has been, a very important one, and for which I have to thank, Italy for what gave me to become what I am, I get the realization that the most important things that we do have, that is the most valuable things that we have to avoid in all means to throw it away, is our time. And when you realize this, then automatically realize that whatever you want to do in life, you need to do in the place where you can get the best people, the best ecosystems around you, so that what you can do in your time get to the maximum value, okay? And get amplified at max. This doesn't mean that you don't care about your country, about where you were born, right? But the realization that we are living in a single planet, a single world, and if you have something to do, also for your country, for your people, it's better that you go where this value get amplified. And that is why I came here. And very interestingly, that after coming here, also as a computational scientist, I have pushed all the envelopes to try to use computational science in different way to impact real world in the right ecosystem, and many times with big successes, many other times hitting the walls. And that is where, my interaction with AI started to become important, because this AI and, let's say, new computing paradigms, exactly these days, in this decade, are making, let's say, most of my dreams reality. Yeah, and but for all the people here, don't waste your time. Try to go and work with the people that can help you to make a difference, and you help them to make a difference. And the last things, never, leaving your country, going in another place, and maybe another again, a different environment, things are not easy. But if it's the right ecosystem, it's the right people, and you don't accept no as an answer, the limit is only the sky. One small thing, in my career, when I finished, I thought, more than this, I cannot do in science. I want to try to do management. Okay. I was discussing with my bosses, and I say, look, I want to start, to lead the strategy, to manage people, because I think that I have a lot to give. Yeah. And what they told me, that was 20 years ago, is, Alessandro, yes, you are a wonderful person, but you are Italian, you are disorganized. You will never be able to be a manager. I didn't accept a no, and now, now it's 10 years that I lead the lab here, that is a 70 years old institution, that before me had all German or Swiss German leaders. So don't accept a no as an answer.
Nice advice. Great. now we can move on to the, I have some specific questions for our speakers, more technical. We can maybe start with Maria Grazia. So we already mentioned ALPS and Apertus. ALP is one of the most powerful AI-capable systems in Europe, and it's the backbone of what made Apertus possible, which is Switzerland's first large language model. And you've said that CSCS exists to keep the knowledge open in a moment in which the largest models are black boxes. So what does it actually mean? What does it mean to build a trustworthy AI?
Well, it is important. I mean, we all have to understand what is trustworthy AI, how you build the trust in the artificial intelligence, because in the end, this is the key point of the entire discussion. Of course, CSCS, being innovative and being always at the forefront of technology, has brought a huge opportunity to Switzerland with this ALPS infrastructure. But it's also, I mean, has to be understood that these supercomputers and data infrastructure, these are scientific instruments to advance science. So to build trust in the artificial intelligence, I think we need to understand what this artificial intelligence does. I think we are in the time where it's the primordial broth of the AI. Everybody comes every day with a new thing, and I have the most powerful code. My code is going to destroy the universe. There is no security. I mean, I read what the publication that my code is going to destroy security all over the universe. I don't want to say who said that, but this is a lot of apocalyptic scenarios that everybody is depicting. I understand that private companies are driven by competition and by arriving first, but the truth is that we need to understand still a lot about what this AI does, why it's working, how is it working. And in order to do that, you need to provide an open infrastructure that allows scientists, open minds, to actually freely work and understand how to do this. So I think it's really important also for this sovereignty that everybody is looking for and is going after, that you need to provide an open infrastructure that will allow you to really go in depth and try to understand as much as possible. And then, of course, have an impact on real life with applications that come from industry. But without knowledge, we don't go anywhere. So I think we need to cool down and we really need to work scientifically in understanding this AI. AI is here, absolutely yes. Is here to stay, absolutely yes. But my personal understanding is that there is still a lot that needs to be understood, a lot that we need to really learn and dig in, and the open infrastructure are helping that, because we are scientific instrument to serve science.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Thank you for your point. And maybe we connect to Luca in this case, as we spoke about the AI application that come after such an important infrastructure powers them. Your motto at Artificially is AI actually delivered. Luca, what does it mean actually? What does it take to deliver AI in practice? And how can also such infrastructure power AI applications?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate your point about transparency, about usability, about understanding artificial intelligence. I really want to say something about the company. We started, as I said, in 2020. Now we are around 50 people. 10 people are also here in Zurich. We have the office in Lugano, mainly scientists, machine learning engineer. But I'm also professor at the university in Lugano, and I see completely the difference between people coming to the company and people stay in academia. And what I see is that the taste to write papers. When you are a scientist, you have the taste to write papers, maybe with code that is not perfect. You know, I remember my code when he was not working. I was doing, Alt Control Del just to start again. Who cares? No, but at the end, the goal is different. When you move to a business side, you need to find a way to provide a solution that is scalable, running every day. Now we have a client that, for him, we do 1 million query per week coming from our system, and you need to run this code every day. Then you need also a software engineer, MLOps. Then, if you really want to put AI in practice, you have a little bit to forget this dream about science, perfection. You need to do something that is usable every day in a professional way. And this is the challenge. I think today we need to do some AI that we always keep in mind. Also, the human in the loop. We give a lot of attention of how we use artificial intelligence. Just to mention this collaboration with CSCS and Apertus, we have been the first company providing Apertus for business. Then we collaborate with them. We take Apertus for the Ticino Canton. Now they do translation using Apertus inside an infrastructure where we can guarantee 7 days and 24 hours per day of activity. Then, it's not the same game that we do in academia. In academia, we need to also to think in a more long term. I like the idea that in any case, we live, I always joke with my name, Gambardella, but I see a path where you need to have one leg in a very strong area of science. Then you need to study, you need to know what you are doing. But on the other hand, you need also to have the other leg that is more, explorative, more challenging, more, you live in the uncomfortable zone. And there, you mixing these two parts, you walk. And my way of walking there is that when I do something good, my first reaction is I'm lucky. I'm not good, because you need to do more. You need to do something, better. And if you don't introduce the lucky part in your career, you feel you are only, good trained. Then, mix these two parts, and you find a way to go forward and to do good science on one side, but also good application on the other. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, Luca. It was very clear and always on the same wavelength. I would ask Alessandro, also as we spoke, IBM Research in Zurich has a 70-year-long history of turning fundamental science into technology. So there is a translation from discovery to deployment, and how does AI change this process compared to previous eras of research? Can you tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, it's changing in a really dramatic way, because it is infusing almost everything we are doing. And as some of my colleagues have said, we are only at the beginning, but really scratching the surfaces. Yeah, and that has to be clear to everybody. Most of the value and what is real today on AI, when you apply to the business and you apply to research, right, has been enhancing productivity. And when you say enhancing productivity, means application of AI in the back office, right? So interfaces for the employees, payments, organizations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that is straightforward, is easier. It's not so easy, but it's easier. It's going everywhere. What is happening now is that this AI, and especially the new AI, is starting to impact the core businesses of companies. So what you do, you know, to live and create value. And there, you know, it's probably the step that is going to be most transformative, but it also require more time. Why? Because you impact the legacy of the company, and the legacy of a company include processes, people, and you disrupt jobs, you have to change jobs. So the most impactful things is still to come.
Yeah.
And but one thing that definitely, if you look more, you know, the technology on the IT side, as the Google colleague also said before, it's the speed at which you do innovation in IT, especially on the software side, is so high that having, you know, a separation from research, applied research, development, early prototype products, that is how people were doing also in software in the past, right? All the DevOps things and so on and so forth. It's all get condensed. Because if you do the things in a transformational way, from when you have an idea to when you have a product, the things is already old, surpassed, and with no value. So trying to find what is the, I would say, the innovation that can get sticky, right, from a business viewpoint, that is not easy to be surpassed by something else, is where the difficulty is.
Yeah.
And require a lot of change also in the mindset of the researcher, the developer, and so on and so forth, because you need to be able to understand that that is an instrument that you can use as in the best way if you are able to do it, but you need to become super agile in determine what is your added value as a person on top of the technology. There are different viewpoints. My viewpoint that the larger, you have heard, right, decision making, judgment, ethical use, so on and so forth. I do believe, this is my personal opinion, that what we will be able probably to do better, and we should focus, is to understand what is the signal we respect to the noise around us. Because you can get all these tools and instruments, you get in trillions of possibilities, you can do things very fast in 2 trillion of different, you have people that are telling you from different sources, collaboration, researcher, companies, startups, this is transforming the world, this is super fast, and so on and so forth. How? If you start to follow all these threads, you die, right? If you ask on a machine where to focus, the machine is going to give probably the same answer to everybody else. So you die because you don't differentiate.
Yeah.
So this ability to say, that is the signal, all the rest, I don't care, is where we are going to make a difference.
Very powerful, thank you. I want to finish the round asking Enrica instead. You published recently a book, Il futuro che non c'era, and you write about what it means to be human while leading one of the most complex technological institutions. So I want to ask from your perspective that it's more maybe humanistic, it's as you described, non-linear, and built across different contexts. What does it add when making decisions in such an institutions about AI and such technological concepts?
Yeah, thank you. The choice of CERN of having a humanist leading their IT world was kind of puzzling to many. But I think it, again, showed maybe that CERN was a little bit ahead of the game. Because I think now everybody talks about this the role of human in AI, in agentic AI, in innovation, and I think maybe CERN saw it a little bit earlier. And I think it's not an easy role, because a lot of the technologists not necessarily see sometimes the human considerations as an impediment to their research. So I think we need to strike the balance, is how do we make sure that we add the human element, but without stopping the technological breakthrough. I think from my perspective, yes, it's my first and possibly only book, so I have no aspiration of writing 13 as you did. It's a biography. Is a publisher that reached out to me and says, this is interesting, because in this world of AI and fear of agentic AI, and what is the world gonna, this Armageddon type of, or where does a human play a role in it? So I try to explore throughout my life as how I always put the human at the center. These human-centered designers, I think that now are very fashionable. We designed about 30 years ago, which wasn't really such a professional career, but we invented it. So it's called Il futuro che non c'era, so the future that wasn't there, because the publishers saw that in many cases I actually saw something else. And then I want to go back to what Luca said about luck. I don't believe in luck. I actually believe in, and I saw this throughout my whole career, and the career of many others who actually saw success as actually the possibility of realizing what they believed in, as an opportunity, where your preparedness. And preparedness is about how much effort you put into learning what you want to be good at, with then the opportunity when, where your preparedness meets the opportunity that is given by maybe a visionary leader. And in my book, I tell the story of many people who actually saw something in me that I couldn't see myself. So I didn't believe in myself for many, many years, but someone else did. And so having someone who believes in you, I think, is very important. But also, for someone to believe in you, you need to put yourself out there and be ready to ask for help and get help. And I think this symposium for me is an excellent, is a very heartwarming experience, because I see many young people who are willing to put themselves out there, both contributing and taking from this, and asking for help from people who have a few more, turn of the suns around their, and under their belt, and who are also willing to give. And I think that this is a good, so I don't believe in luck, I believe in realizing your opportunities, realizing your wishes by being prepared, asking for help, getting help, and creating the opportunities for it. And then I totally agree with Alessandro was saying, don't get lost in the noise. There is a lot of stuff that you can do. You need to choose your own path. You need to see where you feel you're good at. Find your spot, find your thing, even if others don't see it, but find it and pursue it. And for me, that's a lot of people asking, what do you think is, they wanted me to write my autobiography as the woman who made it, despite it all. And I said, no way. I'm not going to write something like that is going to put me above many others who supposedly, so one person who made it, there are many who didn't make it. That is not the differentiation I want to make. And I make it the person who actually maybe chose a path that others didn't really see, who pursue it even when others were saying that's not, being the only woman in, the first woman in, the first CIO. I hope that the next generation, I hope your generations are not going to be the first and the only in anything. They're going to be one of many. And because in the numbers is power, there is a community, there is a network. So I see it, I was saying, are you an optimist? I'm an optimist by training, by default. and I believe in the power of human beings. So I don't know if I give you an answer, but this is something that is pretty dear to my heart. And giving back to society. So one of the things, so if you ever want to buy my book, because the proceedings are actually going to Italian teachers. Nice. Why am I doing this? I come from Italian universities, from Italian schools, from Italian primary schools. Italy has invested a lot in me, but the teachers have invested a lot in me. Who I am is also thanks to them. But this is a category that in our own country is not very well appreciated for their work. And we have a program at CERN where we invite teachers from our member states to come to CERN, for teachers in STEM mostly, to come to CERN for 1 week and get kind of a tonic week. You know, we bring them, we give them lectures in high-performance computing, in AIs, in the principles of quantum computing, but also in high-energy physics. We bring them to the Large Hadron Collider Accelerator. We show them how the experiments work. And when I see them leaving after a week, they are just like, they have a renewed love for life and love for teaching. And for me, if we can, positively give back to the desire of this, for me, they are, they are the good Samaritans of our own new generations. Bring back to that. So I provide the proceedings of this book to support their traveling to Geneva and to support themselves for the week. And it's a small way of giving back to my own country.
Yeah, very nice. Thank you, Enrica. It was very interesting and I think very much appreciated. And I will just close the round with one final question and then I leave the audience to ask some questions. Talking about the ecosystem in Europe, you all play different roles in it. And I mean, Italy, Switzerland, we have extraordinary research talent, serious institutions, genuine ambitions in AI. Are we getting enough recognition, mostly compared maybe to the US, to China? And where is the real lever for the next 5 years? Where do you see the ecosystem going? So maybe we can start, from Alessandro, if you can briefly tell us what you think.
No, look, as I was telling you before, I think that the Swiss, especially the Swiss ecosystem, it's quite unique. And, being responsible of many research laboratories in Europe and Africa, but also my responsibility worldwide, I know many of the other ecosystems, and very, very difficult to find one that has all the key ingredients. That, in my opinion, there should be quality of life, call it, that include everything, that is good enough to make sure that the best people in the world, the best talent, wants to work there, right? You need to have an academic ecosystems that, of course, it's a research ecosystems that is super competitive. And in Switzerland, EPFL, ETH, all the university, the researcher, computing centers, right? It's quite unique. And then the other things, a way, and here we have a startup, and we have a way to be able to experiment, right? This innovation in the market in a relatively easy way. It's true that we are a little bit risk adverse, right, in Europe and also in Switzerland, but I don't undervalue the power of the Swiss ecosystem in certain fields, also as a business incubator. So these pieces are fundamental to create a successful ecosystem. They don't come by luck. In order to do this, you need to have the right political decisions, not in 1 year, in many years, in order to create this circle that we are not ourselves, but there are external bodies saying that made Switzerland #1 in innovation, #1 in talent amongst the best #10 in quality of life. If you are able to keep this, it's really a circle, virtuous cycles that whatever you bring the best people get innovation is translated in value, and then the society can reinvest this value, right, in the people in the academic institution. If you break this, you start to say, okay, I don't invest anymore in research, less money to the polytechnics, or I make difficult for people that are coming from every place in the world to come to Switzerland. You break one of these pieces, the full thing goes down, not in 100 years, in few years. Yes, and I do hope that we continue to do this at Switzerland, and then at the same time, you know, Switzerland alone is not able to get to the scale that we need to do. So interaction and good interaction with partner other countries like Italy, we have so many Italians living here, to make sure that what is done here bring value back and eventually help also the other countries around, right, to become better from that viewpoint. I think that that is what we have to try to do. Otherwise, we risk to become irrelevant.
Yeah. Thank you, Alessandro. Luca, what do you think?
Oh, I see the same story that Alessandro is telling. In my experience, up to a few years ago in Switzerland, AI was not a central topic. Also at the political level, I remember there was this framework called digitalization, and AI was only a chapter inside digitalization. Now, you know, also here, no, at ETH, there is the AI Institute, no? Then at a certain point, Switzerland realized that AI is a central topic, but for not only for industry, not only for research, for the community, in general, for people. Then we are now putting AI in the center of our strategy. Also, I mean, the work that you are doing now is important because I think we are going to define a sort of Swiss shape for AI. That is the trustability, transparency. And I think we need to start from this attitude that is really Swiss and to, you know, to diffuse this attitude also in other country. For sure, I mean, one of the part that is missing is cash money because, you know, the investment from other countries are completely different. We are also small. You know, then you don't know really how to balance the fact that we are small, but we need to make investment in the right direction. I'm also a little bit disappointed that now we are also start to cutting the research funds. Then, you know, you cut here, you cut there, you know, but we need to survive and to find, I think, one of the challenges that I see, also considering you mentioned noise, you mentioned the right attitude today is to really understand also how to solve a problem with the right technology. Because, you know, we have solicitation coming from many areas, and I also see in the business side, you come to a company, say, yes, I have to do, and maybe in some cases you have to say, use Excel to solve the problem. Why do you need an AI? On the other hand, you have to say, no, this is something that is not doable today. Then, you know, we need to reinforce the role of academia because the academics have to think about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Then, you know, find a way to and I also think Swiss can be a place where the pragmatism, no, of using the AI methodology in the right way should be something that give us a sort of, you know, stamp that is important to stay, survive, and also form new generation, no? Because we need to attract talents. This, you know, when I listen this story about talent, I say I listen this story from many years, but I think this is the truth. I mean, if we have good university, good company, good ecosystem, we attract talents. And if we attract talents, you know, the country is also growing and the quality is improving. hear there are many Italians also coming, and I am in your side. I mean, the Italian educational system is very good. We have many employees, many colleagues coming from the Italian school. They are good. They learn. They know how to solve problems. They have methodology. Then, you know, yeah. We need to create the right system to continue in this direction. We have not to start to, you know, to jump around between different. We need to follow this straight line, and we see in the short future where we go.
Nice. Thank you, Luca. I will ask Maria Grazia and Enrica to. Yeah.
Of course, I cannot not agree with what has been said already, but I think also I very often hear the narrative that Europe is too late and we are not going to get there. I don't really buy into this, because I think Europe has amazing talents. Europe has amazing research infrastructure. I think we need to really understand, I repeat myself in a way, we are really at the beginning. So buying into this narrative is very dangerous, because then you really drop everything and you lose your advantage. I think Europe has done, like it did many times, has the chance to pave the way to show how to do things, like we are trying to do here in Switzerland. I mean, Switzerland has also, I'm proud to say that is also thanks to the vision of CSES in bringing Alps before anyone else, that also this entire developed in the AI gain momentum. So we do have the research, and research guarantees rigor and openness. We do have infrastructure, and this guarantees independence and also capacity. We do have industry to make it, to speed up the adoption of what we do, and we have plenty of startups actually that are then bought by the other overseas. That might be the problem. So Europe has to be a bit more ready to act like Europe, like we are a unique body, or unified body, sorry, that is ready to work together. I mean, I'm not the first one to say that in AI, maybe we need to build a CERN of AI, also for the infrastructure, because, I mean, we have learned a lot, so why not to learn from the past? Why always come up with something new and reinvent the wheel? So for me, I think there is an enormous potential in Europe. We have plenty of talents, and I don't have to tell you how many of those are also overseas helping, developing all this. So, I mean, we should be proud, and we should try to really put all energy together. But I agree with Alessandro and Luca that you hear also a lot of cuts here and there where probably there shouldn't be, because you want to maintain the momentum, and you also want to push attractive, very, very good people and young people, young minds to continue.
Thank you, Maria Grazia. And last...
so since you mentioned the CERN for AI, that would be a great idea. But I don't think that is only about the infrastructure, you know, the laboratory itself. I think it's, again, I see at CERN as almost like a mirror image of Europe. I mean, we have the infrastructure, we have the curiosity-driven research that should drive our new discoveries. We have the ability, you know, we have the trust of the communities for the now 73 years of research that is unparalleled and focused on solving otherwise, you know, very complex questions. We have the trust on the openness. You know, we are an open-first organization, so everything that we do is open to the public, is open for fruition by others, because we want to nourish an active community around it. So I think we have the ability to attract, you know, talent, because people believe in what we do and believe that they can grow in it. And I think this is what Europe has the opportunity of being. We shouldn't compete in what others, you know, in the race of only infrastructure, in the race of only applications, but bring this sense of openness, of trust. And I think that Switzerland is somehow, I mean, CERN is a bit particular because we're not really Switzerland. We are in Switzerland and very lucky to be in it, but we are a different ecosystem, right? And I think it's the kind of the link between the two really creates a very powerful model and a very powerful narrative. So I'm not advocating for a CERN, I'm advocating for a conceptual model of CERN for AI, where we actually bring organizations together from throughout the continent to bring a network of trust, a network of attractiveness, of collaborations, of openness that will guide and govern AI as we move forward. And then let the environment nourish. I mean, I don't think we should have just one center doing it, but a network of. And I think we have the will, we have the capabilities, we have the capacities. We have a growing political will that I think we need to keep on nourishing. And so, as I said, I'm an optimist, and I think that we will be able to differentiate the noise from the real value. And if we were to support a European concept of AI, which is based on trust, innovation, and the talents that we have, we will have a brighter future.
Great. Well, with that, I just want to thank our speakers. Give a round of applause. Yes. And we just have a few minutes for some questions from the audience. So if you want, just raise your hands, please.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting. I have two questions. So you talked about the model being open weights, but these weights, they just don't map into human concepts. So how does that help for transparency? I mean, these are black boxes almost inherently, whether the weights are open or not. So how does that help? And then I have a question for you, Dr. Curioni, that's about the relevance of being in the places that act as amplifiers. And I was wondering whether this is going to shift from physical place, like universities and so on, also to basically being around the specific technologies, the specific AIs or communities formed around AIs, of people that use AIs in certain ways by certain approaches and so on, and whether these communities may become even more important than the physical place we're in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not fully sure I understand what you're asking, but of course Apertus is open in all its components and is one of the strengths of these Swiss-made large language models. And the beauty of Apertus is also that it's fully traceable. So what you are trying to do here is to understand how the model works and why it works, and when it doesn't work, why it doesn't work, because you have all your components there open and you can trace it back. So I mean, of course, this is what I'm trying to say. Still a lot has to be learned and understood. Maybe, I don't know, Luca, maybe this is a question more for you. But I wouldn't, I mean, as I said, the beauty that I see in Apertus is that being open in all its aspects helps scientists to really try to understand why things are working or why things are not working when they are not working.
I add maybe that we use data that are trustable.
Absolutely. The initial point is that, I mean, it was said many, many times, the starting point is a set of data that is fully cured, trusted, public. So all the right things have been put in place to pre-train Apertus. So I mean, I see that as the starting point to understand these models and why they work.
Very, very, very quickly. Look, fully agree with you that the definition of successful ecosystem, especially in this world, changed a lot, right? And it's very important to consider these ecosystems in a more extended sense, right? But we are not holograms. okay, still. So we are people. And that person decide to stay and work in a place, okay? And if the person is, you know, a clever person, probably will always decide to work in a place where his life is better than another place. So that is why creating, you know, these people ecosystems that are able to attract people will always be important, even if the collaboration, the ecosystems are much more virtual and extended.
Perfect. Please, can you use the micro? Yes, please click on the green button.
Okay, thank you. There are two words I practically didn't hear in all the time we are sitting here. But you spoke about. It's about noise and it's about energy. Yeah? We are in a situation where we are paving the world with a technology that needs trillions of dollars for data centers, and that is, let's say, 5 to 20% wrong in what it says. Why is it so silent about these two items? Nobody talks about.
I think that it's not that we are silent about this. I told you we should focus on the signals and not the noise, exactly for that reason, because definitely a lot of the things that are happening in the AI world now are not right, but we are only at the beginning. There are, for example, in industry, already a very strong understanding and perception that the value is going to be created by smaller but specialized models that are more accurate for certain tasks. The agentic revolution comes from that. I don't need to have a set of 10 ultra-hyper models, right, to create a very interesting and workable agentic systems. So we are moving in that direction. But you know, we are also humans, and sometimes we follow the noise. In order to be heard, you need to be a lot of noise. So what it counts? The number of parameters that you have in the models, because larger it is, more people saying, you know, boom, 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 I am the best. It's human, but that is noise. Same things on the ethics. Look, already now, if you look at numbers, how many lives AI, even if we are in the early phases and most of the drugs that are being proposed are still in early phases and so will come in the future, how many lives AI is saving every year in this world? Give a number. 500,000, 500,000 today. How many people die in wars today, right, that are due to the fact that we have AI, right, in all the wars that we do have? Around 50,000. It's not that 50,000 is small, is not a problem. We should have it. But we are already 50,000, 500,000. If you focus the narrative only on, you know, all this is going to kill everybody, is going to be done in the most dystopic scenarios, we don't go anywhere.
Yeah, but I would like to add something here, because you talk about sustainability, and I want to stress out that, for example, for CSES, but in general now also for the AI situation. CSES, the new data center was built in 2010, and we moved in 2012, and we already thought of building something that would be fully sustainable and CO2 neutral. And on top of that, our infrastructure is used by the city of Lugano. So I want you to also understand that Switzerland is doing things differently from what the rest of the world is doing, and also for the next part, the follow-up of what Switzerland wants to do for AI and for continuing having an impact on the AI and being able of having an impact on the AI. Unfortunately, there is a need also for the infrastructure, so it cannot only be conceptual, there needs to be also an infrastructure. Switzerland is pushing to actually not being isolated and trying to do it here, but rather doing together where maybe also energy and consumption and impact are more sustainable. So maybe we didn't discuss here, but with this I'm just saying that we are fully aware of this and that we are not just blindly going ahead in our own way and wanting to do no matter what.
I just maybe add an additional point about the hardware. Now, we use the same hardware for learning and from the inference part. Now we are studying to differentiate also the hardware part. Then we are going to, to use the traditional GPU to make the learning phase, but is coming a new generation of processor, low consuming also only for the inference part. No, Sandro, you also are aware of that. Then it's something that we are aware. We are working to make it better.
But I think the pressure needs to be kept on. I agree with you, but things are happening. I mean, things are happening. More energy-aware chips are being developed, smarter models, data centers that actually give back to society, even within CERN. All of the power, the heat from our data centers is actually heating the campus, so we don't rely on external power. We're heating some of the towns around CERN. So there is this virtuous model that is being put in place, but because the awareness is there, the interest is there. So for me, we cannot stop development of technologies because of the impact. We need to make sure that we focus on what's important and not just anything, but at the same time that we keep on developing technologies that are more environmentally aware and conscious. So I think that if we both work in that way, and I didn't mean that we didn't need the infrastructure. Actually, we need a growing infrastructure. I just don't think we need more infrastructure. We need to connect better. Absolutely. Because there is more infrastructure being built, and we need to all grow with that awareness that we need to continue investing in more energy-aware and energy-conscious technologies.
Thank you all for the speakers. I'm sorry we are running out of time. So yeah, again, maybe a round of applause for our speakers. And we will just have a short break. We will come back in 15 minutes for the Ethics for AI panel, and you can enjoy our coffee break outside. And thank you all.
1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Start
I'm
the
just
testing.
starting, just in case the guest joins, so we can control this.
Yeah, he should start. He should enjoy the.
No, that was just to say, and then we can also do the audio settings here.
Hey, 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 hey. 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, this one? Okay, thanks. Stai andando fortissimo.
Giuliano, tutto
Oh,
ok?
grandi, raga. Sì. Ah, tu sei il prossimo? Una crema. Sì, a quanto caserai? Caldi. No, ne abbiamo parecchi qua, eh. AI per innovation, se ti serve. No, ma non serve, basta che appunto non sia in circolazione. Cioè, se sparita la circolazione meglio. C'è del materiale sensitive material. No, nessun sensitive material, però...
Sì, perfetto. Sa che sono io.
Diamonds are made under pressure. It's okay. One of the main figures. Ah, è arrivato. Can you give us like 2 seconds of just introducing each other? In the car. Hello? Ciao Brando, mi senti? Ah, maybe this is something I could do? Maybe this is something I can do? Ciao Brando, mi senti?
Sì, sì, ti sento.
Ciao, come stai?
Ciao. Ciao, non sto guidando ovviamente, perché poi c'è sempre la domanda, non fare incidenti. Sono un passeggero.
No, chiaro. Le
In
self-driving
realtà,
cars.
in realtà spero di fermarmi a breve, però c'è ancora un attimo di tempo. Quindi può essere che devo iniziare, che sono in movimento, dipende come siete messi voi. Io
Bene.
quando volete poi ci sono.
Bene, bene, bene. Brando, ti hanno già dato più o meno... Ah no, I just moved it. No, thank you so much, thank you so much. Brando, ti hanno già dato più o meno lo script delle domande che ti dovrei fare? Sì? Bene. Un attimo solo. Sposto un attimo tutto. Faccio un attimo delle prove. Alright, so we want to get this, and then we want to get this.
Alice, c'è un Kenga prima del panel?
And then I can hide myself.
Sì.
Should I hide myself or should I keep it? I can keep it on him?
Sì, sì, assolutamente.
Prova.
Luigi, sei microfonato tu?
Maybe
Perfetto.
if he can. Is he doing his talk in the car with the smartphone?
Yes.
Okay, can you turn the camera 90 degrees?
Should I tell him to do
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Brando, l'IT ci chiede, puoi tenere l'iPhone landscape. Quindi ora tu sei in portrait, Esatto.
Si intende questo?
Sì,
In
ottimo.
orizzontale?
Thank you so much. Sì, grazie mille. Molto meglio.
Okay, then I change the camera to this camera against the.
Ah, yes, please.
You do the introduction?
Yes, we do the. She's going to introduce us, and I'm going to introduce him, and then we. Ci vede così, guarda. Show self view, ci vede così.
Ah, così va benissimo. Ok.
Ah, tipo community, ok. Dove è la telecamera?
Sì.
E dopo lo proiettiamo lui, sì.
Sì, appena siamo pronti proiettiamo.
Ok, direi 2-3 minuti iniziamo.
2-3 minuti iniziamo.
Sì, guarda, se prendiamo ancora 2-3 minuti anche meglio, che io mi fisso, poi mi fermo almeno. Quindi pure meglio se possiamo prendere 3 minuti, ok?
Ok, prendiamo 3 minuti. Sì, ma io credo... Quando è che tornano dal break? Ora. Ah, 3 minuti. 3 minuti.
Va bene, 3 minuti, va bene.
Bene. Grazie.
Allora chiudo un secondo tutto e torno.
Non ho capito?
Chiudo un attimo e poi torno.
Benissimo, grazie. ci attacchiamo subito. Non so se tu mi senti.
Sorry. Amo. Ah. Ok. Dopo. Serve. Okay. Hi, everyone. We're back. Sorry, we are a bit delayed in schedule, but we will proceed with our next panel, which is about ethics for AI. And this time, the discussion is based on questions around responsibility, governance, trust, bias, human agency, and democratic oversight. There are kind of urgent these days. So we will have a keynote introduction by a member of the European Parliament, Brando Benifei, and he was one of the main figures of writing the AI Act. He will join us online, and it will be moderated by Giuliano Formisano, which is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Zurich, where he researches machine learning applied to politics and ethics. So, yeah, a round of applause for our moderator. And yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're fully caffeinated, fully networked, and fully sugared. Thank you so much for being back, for coming back. So today we have Brando Benifei. Ciao, Brando. Can you hear us?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. So Brando Benifei is a member of the European Parliament. He's one of the main figures in the EU AI Act. And in this brief 15 minutes conversation, we're just going to discuss about three things. One, what is the EU AI Act? Number two, how it came together. And number three, how it's going to go moving forward. So Brando, since my mom is watching as well, how can we help her from the south of Italy? What is the EU AI Act? Briefly, and emphasis on simply. Thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you very much. I will try to be very straightforward. The AI Act is the tentative of the European Union to build a risk management framework for the use of AI. So today, you know that many people can be very enthusiastic of AI, but also a lot of people are worried about the risks of the use of AI. They are seeing that they don't really know about the technology, and they have doubts on how it can impact on their lives. There is this ambivalent sentiment. So the AI Act tries to build the trust by saying that we can identify certain areas of use of AI where we need more rules, for example, to contrast discrimination, to ensure cybersecurity, to ensure human control, for example, to avoid the system that is used to hire people is a system that discriminates women or young people or people from a certain region of the world that are proposing themselves for a job. Or when AI interacts with minors, we want to be sure there is a strong cybersecurity that is protecting a vulnerable group like the minors. And that we give also, in some cases, even the prohibition to use AI systems. For example, when we look at the possibility of using AI for mass surveillance through biometric cameras, we limit it in the AI Act. Biometric cameras can be used only under the control of the judiciary. For example, we prohibit the use of emotion recognition in workplaces and in study places that we consider to be a form of extreme pressure on workers and students. And finally, there is the issue of transparency. So risk management to reduce risks in sensitive areas, medical use, workplace use, administration of justice. prohibition of certain very dangerous use cases that we see are too much against the values of Europe, but also transparency to be sure that we build more understanding and more around AI. One very simple example to conclude is the transparency around the synthetic origin of a content. So to make it possible to identify in an unequivocal way an artificial intelligence content so that we don't have any more selling cryptocurrencies to people on Instagram, and some people end up buying these fake things from Draghi or Carlo Cottarelli or others. I'm making real examples of something we have already seen, and also in politics or in other areas, you see the risk of disinformation and abuse of this system. So to build more transparency, which includes also, I just mentioned it as a title, the protection of copyright and the creative work. So more transparency to avoid that human creativity is suppressed by the dynamics of the AI economy. But this specific topic would require a full other conference. So I just mention it as one final point to consider. That we need to consider the risks for the creative jobs today in the context of the use of AI.
No, excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Brando. Like, I think a quick follow-up, I think could be about, I guess the EU AI Act was built with a lot of compromises among parliamentarians, I guess stakeholders, businesses. What I was wondering is, will this project, will be this initiative keep up the pace of AI? I think previous speakers have highlighted how fast AI moves, how this whole sector moves. And I was wondering, can this new initiative actually keep up the pace? Can you keep up these conversations in Parliament, conversations with businesses, and actually translate that into politics?
Yes, well, obviously, when we were the first in the world to have such a comprehensive framework on legislating on AI, we could also make mistakes or need to consider the risk of obsolescence. Today, we see a lot of parts of the world that are following us, from South Korea to Brazil to other South American countries, to some states of the United States. In fact, I'm sorry I'm connecting in this very, I would say, makeshift context, but it's because I just arrived from Boston, from a trip in the US regarding also these topics. And in fact, from Virginia to Colorado to Massachusetts to Texas to California, there are many states in the United States, even though the federal level is going in a different direction, that are working on AI legislation. But I want to say clearly that we are we consider the risks of obsolescence and of the change of AI in its very fast pace while legislating. So I give you two examples. So now we dealt with it. On one end, we chose to regulate use cases and not technology or businesses. This is very important to understand the logic of the AI Act. The use case regulation means that we have concentrated on concrete use cases of AI, identifying the sensitiveness of these use cases. For example, the medical use, the use in the workplace, the administration of justice, the attribution of civil or social rights, the democratic processes. These examples of use cases are not related to a technology, they are related to our society. And if we go back, I don't know, to the Roman Empire, you already had at the time the doctors, the processes of democratic deliberation to some extent, you had the workplaces. Is to say that the regulation of the use case is a well thought way of legislating that is there to reduce the risk of obsolescence, because you don't refer to a specific technology and you don't refer to a business. For example, for those of you that know the digital regulation topics, the Digital Services Act regulates businesses because it concentrates on the very large online platforms. But for the AI Act, because of the pace of the change, we decided to concentrate on the use cases. And this was crucial to maintain a future-proofness of the legislation, because the workplace, the hospital, the courtroom will still be there. They were there before. They are there. They will evolve, but these are crucial societal functions that will stay. The other aspect is the flexibility for updating the AI Act. As you might know, we already had an omnibus also dealing with AI that has been, it's almost concluded, that also deals with some simplification of certain procedures of the AI Act and postponing certain deadlines for the companies to comply. So it's an evolutionary work because, as I said, it's been a tentative. But it's very important that we build legal certainty, that we have clarity. This is extremely, extremely important. And so we need to be sure that the companies have clarity from our side, those that develop AI, that are the ones that have to comply, in fact, and those that use AI and benefit from the AI Act. Because the fact is that the companies that use AI benefit from a clear legal framework where responsibilities are not transferred to the last user or to the consumer. And instead, there is a responsibility chain to check risks, to verify possible problems in the AI systems that go up in the value chain. This is very important, I think, to understand. And finally, as you mentioned, the compromises as a topic, I want to underline that it was a complex compromise where I can, just to give you a glimpse of what are the negotiations in the European Parliament and in the Council, I mean, with the trilogues that we had with Council and Commission. I mean, the most difficult thing to negotiate with the governments were the prohibitions, because they were linked to limiting the use of AI to do social control on people, to do surveillance. And many governments want to be able to do social control and surveillance. So it was complicated to deal with that, but I think it was very important that you see with the debate between Anthropic and the Pentagon in US, how this surveillance topic is so important. And then secondly, and I conclude on this, with the private sector, the most difficult part to negotiate, in the sense that the pressure coming from the big tech was very strong lobbying, was on copyright. The last topic I mentioned briefly earlier, because around the use of data, of creative content to train AI systems, there is a huge amount of value at stake, billions of euros of that around this topic. So because of its enormous economic magnitude, that topic, which is very specific, was, I would say, the most lobbied, the most pressured from the private sector side, especially obviously from the big tech companies, especially from US. Just to give you an idea of where the most difficult pieces for the negotiation.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Brando. This is fantastic. We have 4 more minutes, and we are in Switzerland, so I need to be on time. And I have 2 more questions. So the first one is that I have so many American friends. Zurich these days is invaded by Americans. And one thing that they always say, is like the US innovates, China replicates, and the EU legiferates. Brando, how do I respond to my American friends that we don't just legiferate, we do more?
Well, I think they have some reason in saying this, because the truth is that the EU has been proposing a model for AI deployment and development that is value-based, that is, as I said, now a model that is being copied in many parts of the world, even if some propaganda says the opposite. But the EU has been lacking in doing all the other things that it has to do. If I talk to a AI startup in Europe, very rarely they pose any issue with the AI Act. They even are happy that there is a clear framework on managing risks. Their problems are others, are the lack of an integrated capital markets union, the lack of clear enforcement of the digital rules. So we have European rules, and then we have national enforcement still too strong compared to the centralized enforcement. You have contradictions and certain issues with the EU legislation. I give you too many different protocols for cybersecurity and data legislation that sometimes is not updated in terms of how to deal with AI. But these are topics that we are working on in this moment, and I think that's something where we need a general anti-regulation approach is wrong, is stupid. It's an asset for Europe to be able to compete with a human-centric, value-based AI development. But on the other hand, you need to actually invest in AI development, and we are not doing that. We are now doing the AI factories for having more compute power. I mean, the problem is that there is a lack of political will to be united as Europeans to deal on this topic. The Americans and the Chinese are doing that at their scale, while we are doing it mostly in a fragmented way at 27 member states. This is the fact, and it's a political thing. And it has, frankly, nothing to do with the AI Act, but it has to do with the lack of political will to have an ecosystem that can really foster the development of AI in Europe. First and foremost, on the financing. We need to have a more AI-ready financing market. And this is the first point that every company tells us, and I think it's urgent to deal with this.
Terrific. We have 1 more minute, and I see lights blinking everywhere. So, Brando, if you could give us some punchlines of what we should expect next. Concise.
We can expect Europe to be bought piece by piece by US, China, maybe Russia not buying but invading, or we can expect Europe to make its act together, and from AI, which is very significant as a benchmark, but also on other issues, defense, security, tech sovereignty at a larger sense, it can be a force for good, a force of stabilization, of building a global order that works. The alternative, as I said, is dissolution, is marginalization, is decline, is being bought in explicit or implicit ways by the other superpowers. I think this is where we are, and I don't know where we will end, but I will fight for the second option. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brando. Round of applause. Thank you so much, Brando. See you soon. And I pass on the mic to Alice. We are perfectly on time. Perfectly on time.
Thank you, Brando. Yes, for the nice intervention. And we will just move on to the next panel, which is again about ethics for AI. This time it will be moderated by Nicoletta. I would like to invite her back on the stage. She's a tech lawyer specializing in legal advisory for startups and technological companies with a focus on digital compliance, innovation law, and the regulatory challenges emerging around AI and new technologies. So, thank you, Nicoletta. I give you the stage.
Thank you very much, Alice, for the introduction. I'm very happy to welcome our guests for today's discussion on ethics for AI on stage. First of all, a little bit of a background. Everybody comes from a different educational and work experience. So again, here we're trying to mix together very different backgrounds to enrich the discussion as much as possible. First of all, I would invite on stage Michele Loi. He is a philosopher and AI governance specialist. He's working at the intersection between ethical theory and operational practice, and is helping organizations designing accountable and human-centered AI system. He's also a founder and a professor at the University of Milan. Yes, round of applause for him. And then please, Elena, join me on stage. Elena Maran, she's an AI governance expert and founder of Alethesis AI. She's advising organizations on responsible innovation, risk management, compliance, and trustworthy AI deployment, and also one of the 100 best women in AI in Switzerland. A round of applause for her. And then please welcome on stage Luigi Martino. He's an expert in cybersecurity and international relations. He's researching how AI and quantum technology in cyberspace are reshaping the global power dynamics. He's also a founder and a professor of University of Bologna and Florence. Round of applause for him. And then last but not least, we have Alessandro Brazimme. He's a senior scientist in the Health and Ethics Policy Lab here at ETH Zurich. He's working on the ethical and policy implication of AI, big data, and digital health technology. So a big round of applause for all of them. Perfect. Thank you very much. I would like to maybe have a little warm-up round with a small introductory question for all of you. You all work on AI ethics, but you all come from very different backgrounds. So if you had to give me a definition or tell me what AI ethics actually mean in practice and for your daily job, what would that be the definition? Maybe we can start with Alessandro.
Yes, good afternoon, good morning actually, everyone. This is, well, the best way I can think of to answer this question is to maybe allude to the what I would consider a core catalog of issues that AI ethics deals about. For example, ethics of AI is very much about issues that have to do with the origin of the data that is needed to train AI models, whether this data is legitimately acquired, whether the quality of this data is sufficient to do what we want AI models to do. Then there are very core issues around fairness of the output and outcomes of AI models on the welfare of individuals, so questions of justice. Explainability is a big topic in AI ethics, whether we will ever be able to understand or interpret what these models do and what the predictions that they make. And I would say that tangential but very integrated to AI ethics is issues of governance. So which governance models are best suited to regulate this technology? And we just heard a risk-based approach spearheaded by the AI Act. But there are other approaches on the table, of course, and there are other buzzwords that are flying around: the human in the loop, the co-creation, technical standards. There is a lot in the mix, and it's a very active field, I would say. One point that maybe I would need to stress is that this catalog of core issues is very well discussed, and I'm sure that everyone in the room is aware of that. So maybe I could point out that at this moment, AI ethics needs to see itself like at an inflection point. And I think it needs to change gear and look at bigger issues that can be addressed in the implementation of AI in business, in government, in daily life. So I would say that what we have done so far in this field is a lot, but it's time to shift gears also for AI ethics.
Thank you. I think we will come to these topics in a bit with the next round of questions. Elena.
So before answering your question, I want once again to thank all of you for having put together a fantastic event with a great quality of speaker attendees and a lot of insights to it. To answer your question, Nicoletta, well, I would be a bit controversial and start with almost a philosophical observation. Ethics of AI is not something that we ascribe to AI itself. That is to say, when we talk of ethics, it belongs to human. Not AI nor any other system can be ethical without human judgment being involved into it. So when it comes to defining what ethics represents for AI, it's about embedding human value in the design of AI, but also crucially ensuring that the technology lives up to this value and this principle during the whole life cycle. And this final observation, I think, is the most crucial. AI property is it has a life cycle. It is designed, it operates, it interacts with other systems, with external data sources. So when it comes to ethics, our focus cannot be only in the initial design phase. We talked about ensuring data are representative, ensuring that we eliminate bias from a data set and ensure the models does behave with fairness. But this is not enough. We need to operationalize this principle and ensure this principle are lived throughout the life cycle. Otherwise, what I see is that ethics becomes a science of principle and not a science of outcome. We need to ensure these principles are not only signed in governance documents or in declaration and statements. We need to make sure these principles are what we tie the system to observe during its runtime. So the limitation is a gap between a governance that stays on paper and a governance that can be operationalized. And the infrastructure that we need to build is this infrastructure that allows this ethical value to live throughout the life cycle of AI systems.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. Luigi, to you.
Okay, thanks very much. First of all, thanks for inviting me, and in particular, congratulations to organize this very interesting, timely forum. Please allow me to try to resist to the temptation when we talk about ethics in AI, but in technology in general, to consider this as a vague concept. I will try to share my point of view, not only at academic level, but also, let's say, at an industry level. In particular, using my own experience, for instance, I'm working on cybersecurity for critical infrastructure, and in particular for space asset and space environment. In this case, in practical, particularly in this case, ethics is not an abstract concept. For us, ethics rely on the practical consequences and responsibilities. Then AI ethics to me is a big question. For instance, who bears the risk when the system fails? Or when technology is designed for wrong purpose. These are practical and tangible results, because we need to clarify one point. Technology is not bad, technology is not good, but technology is not neutral. It depends how we use and then how we develop also technology. Then I think that we have three, if I may use also some layer explanation at academic level, then we can have three practical layers related to these questions. The first practical layer is related to technology or technicalities. Systems are not clear. We have a lot of ambiguity in these systems, not only in AI, but generically speaking in technologies related to the digital era. Then the problem is, the ethical question here is about technology. When we have some failure, or how we can evaluate the hallucinations of AI? First question. I have more questions, sorry, but then answers, but this is my approach. The second layer of analysis, when we can talk about institutional problem, who decide to deploy these systems? Who is the decision makers, for instance, in a critical sector, such as energy, or vital sector like hospitals, etc.? This question is not theoretical, but it's practical, because in my work I see every day deployment of AI tools to manage, for instance, data, personal data, or classified data. Who decide to deploy this system in certain organizations? Who is responsible for the usage of these systems, institutional level? The last part is power. I totally agree with Brando and the European Parliament. I'm an EU proud citizen, whatever you want. But I think that we must be realistic and honest when we talk about AI, technology in general, who detain the power today. Handful of companies and handful of states. And this handful of companies and states, we don't have EU in a power hierarchical position, and then we don't have Switzerland for sure. Then here the problem of power. Who detain the power of technologies, and then here we have for sure a gap between principles and accountabilities. Because if I use the technologies, but I don't detain the power to control these technologies, I'm losing, because I'm dependent on someone else that can decide today to deploy the technology, but tomorrow can decide to switch off this technology. This is the problem, for instance, of sovereignty. And this is a strategic problem. Then, I don't know if I answered your question, but this is my position. Sorry, but this is my realistic approach.
Perfect. Michele?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me here. So, in practice, I'm experimenting with ways to teach AI, LLMs, generic models. Basically, I use mostly cloud for this, to become easier to control for a scientist, a writer, a lawyer. So, teaching it giving it some rules and seeing how they change their behavior. And on the topics of whether this makes AI ethical, I actually I did a Veltroni this morning with AI, so I interviewed it. But it was also sort of a Socrates Veltroni, which means that maybe if they will become more powerful, they will give me the Kool-Aid, drink the cicuta. I hope not, anyway. And the question we discussed for 50 minutes, with me pushing back a lot, was what does it mean to call AI ethical? And because I think AI agreed immediately, almost immediately, that it's not about following the ethical rules. That just begs the questions: what makes those rules ethical? And also, so basically, we had two rules in this conversation. One was that it should not be circular. The answer should not presuppose that we already know what is ethics. And the other was that it should not beg the question with respect to AI versus humans. So try not to define it in a way that would automatically exclude AI. And we came up with something that I think it's quite satisfying for me, and in my view, keeps the door open. And that's the idea that AI is, so that ethics is a disposition to actually respond to certain conditions of others, of humans specifically nowadays, to treat those
conditions as reasons to respond in a certain way. So not just to acknowledge the information, not just to process the information, but treat those states as reasons for behaving a certain way. And what conditions are those? Claude itself proposed harm and the perspective of the person. So treat the fact that someone else has a perspective, or that someone can be harmed, as a reason to do something. And clearly, many people can doubt whether AI can do this thing. Can not just obey, not just process information, but act for a reason. Personally, I think that's still philosophically a very difficult question, and I remain agnostic, but I'm open to the possibility.
Okay, great. I think there's already a lot to unfold here, right, with your answers. My next question then would be for Elena. I know you have a lot of experience with organization companies of bigger, smaller size, and I see it every day in my daily work that, legal and compliance is a struggle because everybody thinks that it's not, it's just a lot of deadlines and just a ticking box exercise. So when we talk about responsible AI in practice in the compliance within organization, how do you see it and what does it actually mean and how much is the effort to have this compliance?
Yes, so you mentioned the difference between taking compliance as a ticking a box exercise, and just perform what is the need to get aligned to a given regulation, and operationalizing the layer of governance that encompasses eventually compliance by design. Having advised many companies, especially in the financial sector of different sizes, as you said, on how to implement governance programs, on how to make sure they get aligned to upcoming regulation or to standards, I can tell apart the difference between companies who just want to achieve the results and get compliance and receive their certificate, and companies who really want to be serious about responsible AI. So it's clear, the principles are well defined, are in every framework. We talk of transparency, explainability, fairness, privacy, accountability. These are all things that exist, theoretical framework for it exists, and now more and more companies are putting them in beautiful policies. They are talking in conferences like this one about how their organization is embracing those principles. But the crucial breaking point becomes what do we do once we have a policy? How do we operationalize these policies, right? And normally, I find that in organizations that have these three things living together, this is something that is working as a, let's say, strategic lever than just a tick-in-the-box exercise. So the first thing is the people involved are a truly diversified pool of stakeholders coming from different backgrounds, putting together different perspectives, which means the choices about responsible AI don't pertain only to technical stakeholders or to legal and compliance, but involves business owner, risk managers, a diversity also of thinking, of values embedded into it. Recently, I work in Sensenelec, working group number 4. We put to inquire a standard about the competencies for AI ethicists, where AI ethicists are this figure that is supposed to guide the organization to making sure what I was saying before, that ethical principles live together with the AI lifecycle and intermediate between the business needs and the technical choices, right? So this is the first very important thing. The second one is companies who are successful in aligning themselves to the requirements of the regulation are companies who set the foundations. The foundations are For example, building an AI management system, something that defines roles, accountabilities, a system for implementing risk management. Very often, this is like an AI management system aligned to ISO 42001, for example. And finally, last but not least, is about management buy-in. And I'm not talking about the CEO subscribing a very cool statement or press release, but I'm talking about the CEO going as serious to question stakeholders on AI technical choices and AI risks identified and how they've been tackled as they would about the last economic results release. That means the management is involved. The management wants to guide how we shape AI in the company and wants to ensure that the company's values are represented in this technology. That is no longer only a technology, but is integral parts of how we operate the organization.
So what you're saying basically is that overall the legislation, the regulatory framework is more or less solid, and then it comes more to the single organization. And I think this connects also what Nicoletta was saying at the beginning, right? The personal responsibility.
For sure.
And what do you want for your company? How big is it? What are the priorities of your company as well? It plays an important role,
Yeah, it's about personal responsibility because the legislation is there. The legislation establishes a framework for ensuring that we are developing AI in a safe manner, that everything that is put out there in the European market is not harming human fundamental rights, health, or safety. But then it's up to each organization, it's up to each and every one of us to live up to this value. The regulation doesn't fall short of the progress we are testifying in technology today. I'm hearing everything about the UI Act not being able to govern agentic AI. No, that's not the case. Agentic AI, yes, it's not explicitly mentioned in the UI Act. However, the very definition of what an AI system is encompasses for agentic development and prescribes the same level of care, the same level of monitoring, being able to intervene and halt the system when its expected output does no longer ensure this level of safety. So laws are there to create the umbrella framework, but within this umbrella framework is our individual responsibility as every one of us now involved with AI, because every one of us is, to live up to those values.
Thank you very much. Now a question for you, Alessandro. I think Luigi mentioned it briefly. You work in a sector where consequences, you can see them in real patients, and there is a lot of connection between ethics, bioethics, and healthcare. So what are your concerns about AI being deployed, and how do you see, you also mentioned it briefly, the role of humans in the loop in this context, which can have very practical and evident consequences?
So first, I would like to say that, yes, human health, the use of AI for human health is probably the perfect use case to talk about AI ethics for the reasons that you mentioned. And we should have quite an expansive understanding of this field and its scope, because what we study is the use of AI throughout the life cycle of biomedicine, from laboratory research. There is a lot of automation that is entering in that space, to clinical development of new drugs. Also, a lot of processes are being automated and accelerated by AI, to decision-making by regulators, like drug regulators, that is also going to be affected by AI. And we can continue. Also, I would say there is a lot of interest of course, in the clinical use of AI. But the clinical use of AI is where people are most aware of the risks, because patients' life is on the line, of course. The most concerning issues around here is always, the risk of mistakes. But I think that this is a misconception, actually. If anything, AI is likely to reduce medical mistakes, at least if we buy into the hype that there is in the field now. And I think that we have good reasons to believe that this is going to be the case. I think that the point is, in the space of healthcare, in the space of human health, I would like to maybe articulate a little bit more something that has been said previously about whether the ethics lies in the technology or in the human that design and implement the technology. Of course, it's both, but there is a very strong sense in which AI, in the space of human health, buys into a very specific understanding of what it means to be healthy, to attain health, to set up healthcare services for people. And this can no longer be ignored. I think that AI is clearly aligned with a rather technological understanding of medicine. It's aligned with the individual pursuit of health as a form of self-optimization. We cannot disentangle, at this stage at least, those values from the technology. And this is what I meant earlier when I said that ethics needs to do this extra mile in unpacking what's ethical about AI or potentially unethical about AI. So when it comes to human health, we have tons of evidence to show that we have to deal with very structural problems that determine why people are sick. And those structural problems have a lot more to do with social determinants of health than with, the availability of a new drug. Of course, having new drugs on the market is important, especially for conditions that currently cannot be treated by medicine, and I will never undermine this aspect. But what is structurally challenging when it comes to human health is what determines the burden of disease and how this burden of disease is distributed. And I'm afraid that at this stage we're still thinking about AI in a way that at best is indifferent to this structural challenge about human health, and at worst is actually buying into the opposite paradigm. So the big question in this field for me is whether AI is going to be useful to tackle structural problems that make people sick, or on the contrary, whether AI is going to contribute to this, let's say, collective forgetfulness about these aspects. So I think that I would really very much take a cautious stance here, meaning that we are at the beginning of this transformation. There is going to be a lot of natural selection of what works and what doesn't work, but it's an open project. We don't have to think that there can be AI only attaining to human health in one way. We can try to use AI to tackle structural issues around human health in ethical ways, by developing ways to address those problems. Just to be clear, we cannot decouple the technological trajectory of AI with the social trajectory of how human health is being dealt with in Western societies, in the global North, but also in developing countries. So, as a matter of fact, we are at this historical junction where we have a technology that is very rapidly expanding, including in the space of health. I see several startups every day popping up in the space of human health, and I say this again, from basic research, like precision medicine, to deployment of treatment and everything in between. There is a lot of expectation, there is huge investment that somebody will have to repay at some point, but it's still an open project. It's not inevitable that AI will look like it looks today in the future in the space of human health, and I think that we need to be conscious that it can be steered, and it actually should be steered in the direction that we think is more socially justifiable and socially beneficial. We are seeing in many countries, and possibly at a global level, human health being treated, discussed, studied, and also tackled technologically more and more as an individual feature and less as a public good. And we don't have to forget that there are other ways to understand human health and the provision of human health to individuals as a matter of how we as collectives distribute the odds for being healthy. For now, in the future, for future generations, and especially for people and communities that currently are structurally unhealthy. And they're not structurally unhealthy because, they've been, because of bad luck. They're structurally unhealthy because of the ways our societies are organized and because of the structural disadvantage that these people keep on experiencing generation after generation. So it's important that we attune AI not only with values in the sense of what is ethically valuable for individuals, but also what is ethically valuable for communities and societies more large.
And do you think that this might bring to bias at some point?
I think that at the moment, the space of medical AI, understood broadly, is full of biases. I can make an example of something that I was discussing with a student a few days ago. It's actually a very well-known case. There was a predictive model developed in the US to prioritize patients in terms of urgency, so who has the most urgent needs, okay? And they trained the model on cost data. So they assumed that higher costs are a good proxies for higher needs, okay? And this is the assumptions that we should be able to look into and to monitor and also to dismantle when it's the case. Because this model inevitably was biased towards minorities like black people because less healthcare money is spent on them. So that was a bad choice, a bad design choice, one that is inherently discriminatory. So it's inherently biased. So what does it take to become aware of these problems? Does it take a sociologist, an ethicist, a health economist? We're still very early on, so it's not surprising that these, let's call them mistakes, happen. But at some point we have to stop thinking that these are innocent mistakes, I think.
Thank you very much. And now to you, Michele. I think in one of your works you mentioned the so-called other side of the alignment problem. So taking a bit more, what is how actually humans should align themselves to AI values, or is it the other way around? Should AI align to human values? How do you see that?
So I know it's an odd idea, but let me try to explain what I mean. I don't think that values remain the same when technology changes, and this leads to self-scrutiny within the human practices. So there is a discussion in the philosophy of sport, for instance, about why do we treat performance-enhancing drug as a problem for sport? And of course, the intuitive response is it's unfair. But if you then think 1 second, you realize it's only unfair because it's against the rules. If it's against the rules and some people break the rule, that's unfair. So the problem is not really that it's unfair. And then some people say, well, but what is the point of the sport? What is the point of running if some people can use wheels? Well, it's still a sport, just becomes a different sport. So it's like this idea that certain practice, let's say running 100 meters has a certain essence, and once you start adding some technology like a performance-enhancing drug, then maybe you are out of the core of the game. And as you all realize, the boundaries around this are actually quite fuzzy because we allow runners to have shoes today that clearly have an impact on how fast they can run, or think about optimizations in swimming. Now there is another side of that coin, and I think that sometimes communities are also too strict, and sometimes the only thing they can do is to split. When I read some reactions to AI, I'm reminded of some things. I'm old enough, to remember people who didn't realize how ridiculous they were in their comments about hip-hop. Comments like, "Oh, that's not music because these people are not playing not playing any instrument," or "These people are not singing, they are just speaking," or "Oh, they're sampling," which obviously it's such an idiotic thing to say because sampling is like, of course it's art, right? It's a collage. Collage is a form of art, but clearly collage is not like painting. It's two different practices. And I think this plays out in all communities. In my community of philosophers, I think that the problem is that we don't interpret the task in all of us in the same way. So this creates some internal pressures. So for instance, for me, philosophy is basically about the pursuit of truth. And it doesn't matter to me whether the truth is pursued because a human found it or because a LLM. If the reasoning is good, what do I care? For some other people, it's about, I don't know, authenticity, or for ethics, there is a point, there's a complex debate. What is our ethics actually about? Maybe ethics is not about truth, it's about expressing where you stand. And so the practices need to interrogate themselves about what they really are. And probably that's what I mean by alignment to AI, that AI changes the nature of the practice, and then you have to make a choice. And your practice changes as a result. And maybe the practice even split into different camps, and then they call it even different names. So that's what I mean by that.
And do you think, for example, the definition that the law has to put, like fairness, equity, or justice, is it sufficient, or is it always going to be too much broad concepts to be fully defined? Or maybe it's a good thing that they're broad concepts?
No, I've been working in a very obsessive way on defining fairness across law, ethics, and as first as a statistical measure, then also causality dropping in. Now, I think I recede a bit from that debate because I think that fairness needs to be simple enough to make immediate sense to people. And a lot of that discussion was incredibly exciting. By its very nature, it was elitist in a way that just prevented from fulfilling the function it should have. So now I think I will go for much easier and simpler definitions, and that everybody can understand.
Thank you. And now for you, Luigi, you have a lot of experience in cybersecurity defense and also in advising governments. Do you think, and you briefly already touched upon this point earlier, do you think at some point we will be able to create a general framework of AI principle, especially when it comes to a lot of different interests into the game, like different interests in terms of defense, in terms of security? And if so, if yes, is there already some kind of very early stage model countries can look up to?
Okay, thanks for this question. The short answer, unfortunately, is probably not. And then we should stop pretend this result. I gave you an example based on my experience. We start in 2001 to talk about how we can govern cyberspace at the UN level. The first UN General Assembly resolution, 2000. In 2001, we started to operationalize this resolution. And after 25 years, we are still there to understand how we can apply international law in cyberspace, how we can apply international law to govern and to implement norms of responsible state behavior. 25 years. For instance, there is a big difference between state like-minded of the United States or democratic countries that we consider the validity of international law, existing international law even in cyberspace, and other countries that are not democratic, that they consider in principle the validity of international law, but with some exceptions. The big exceptions, which is related also to AI, is privacy. But in our countries, privacy is a human right. And human rights are part of the international law. And in Italy, for instance, it's a constitutional right, privacy. Then the problem is that one. Stop pretending these results. Why? We are talking about one domain, which is a cyberspace. In my opinion, the AI is the evolution of the cyberspace dynamics, but let's talk about two main domains where I'm involved, cyberspace and space domain. In these two domains, what we have an exacerbated competition among different states, US, China, India, Russia, European Union. All of us, we compete with all the means. That means that this means that, for instance, these actors, they are more competitive than cooperative. Then when you compete, your interests are better than the others. And then you have some priorities. Then this means that they not only they don't share common frameworks, regulatory frameworks, but they don't share common values. It's simple, pragmatic, and practical. Maybe later I will use 3 examples of a different approach on that. Then the result of this, what we can talk about, for instance, some concept which is used in international politics or in some specific area of weaponized interdependence. But this is another point that here the result is that we are assisting on regulatory polycentrism. What this means in practical system of competing regimes. Regimes that compete each other. And then here the 3 examples, for instance, European Union. Then we heard about the European Union approach, rights and transparency. For us, for the European Union approach, rights is a must, and then we need to apply transparency to protect the rights of the citizens. US, it's opposite, innovation and competition. The market needs to regulate everything, but we don't have to stop the market dynamics. We don't have to limit with the regulations. An example, we approved the AI Act. The Act is a regulation which is approved, which is applicable to all the member states of the European Union without any possibility to modify the content. Oh, almost. The philosophy of the regulation is that one. Of course, you cannot implement because you are not convinced, but we have to implement. In the US, they approve an executive order that is the same of a recommendation in the EU. It's not mandatory. And they are discussing also to delete this executive order. And China. China is completely different, state control and sovereignty. How we can achieve a common shared regulatory framework among these 3 different vision of the world. Here, the result, what is the pragmatic result on all of these chaos? That at industry level, we have two options. The first option is to select the most efficient and less costly system. For instance, we are seeing a lot of European Union companies moving to other markets because the regulation is based on sanctions and then is based also on cost, the cost of regulation. That, for instance, cost to be compliant. Okay? Because at the end of the day, someone needs to pay. Okay? Or companies like mine that we need to struggle to operating across different jurisdictions to don't be out of the market. These are the most, I think, important effect of these dynamics, but unfortunately the answer, short answer to your question is probably not.
Yeah, thank you. I also think that the size of the company and the place where they are located plays an important role. Like smaller companies here in Europe, if they get sanctions, they're out of the game immediately because, you know, maybe bigger ones can take bigger fines and it's just a small slice of their pie. But for smaller startups, it's also compliance is also a big topic because of the costs and also how much, you know, it's in the game if they lose it in the end. But yeah.
Absolutely, you're totally right. But I'll give you an example based on an exercise that we are doing in the G7 working group, on the financial working group, on the effect of AI and quantum, the two big, maybe the next summit can be about quantum technology. But then we are doing an exercise internally to the G7 financial working group to understand what are the results of the AI in the financial system and the quantum. Then, based on recent analysis, the cost of AI Act in the European Union is about 3.4 billion cost. Who provide these numbers? Not for sure the devil, China or US, or no, the European Central Bank. The European Central Bank released this analysis, say that these are the cost of the EU AI Act. But who will pay this cost? Of course, companies, but at the end of the day, the last part of the chain is the customers. Okay, these are the potential effect of the regulation. I'm not saying that it's better to don't have the regulation, but we need to consider, when we have a regulation, we have to consider also who will pay for the regulation in terms of market access, in terms of market losing, in terms of customers, in terms of compliance regulation.
Thank you very much. I think we're, as always, running out of time. But maybe a very quick round of a last question for each of you, whoever wants to take it first. So we talk about a lot of different priorities, also depending on your professional background. Where do you see right now the biggest limit? Is it more a regulatory limit or a technical limit or an operational limit? And what would be the best case scenario and the best balance that you can think of if you could have a, do a magic and fix the situation? Maybe very briefly, 2 minutes each.
Maybe I try to go first.
Okay.
Can I take the fourth option? So the answer, in my opinion, sits at the intersection of these factors you mentioned, and it sits on the very structural decisions that as a society, as a private sector and public sector, we're making about the adoption of AI. So it's about defining the very perimeter in which this technology can operate together, but also enabling and building the infrastructure where human judgment and human interaction with AI can be measured. The problem is that we're building this interaction on the assumption that human judgment is adjacent to this. The concept of human in the loop translates in either system control that costs so much to defeat the very purpose of automation, or it translates in, okay, let's just set some guardrails around the system and having the human intervene ex post when something breaks. But this is not working. This is working for static system. It's not going to work for artificial intelligence that takes decision, whose behavior drifts over time, whose outcomes align to our values and to whatever ethical belief we've set it at the design phase to comply with, to align with, might not be the case tomorrow. So for me, the very question we need to answer is how do we as a society shape this interaction, and how do we make AI choices part of a broader economic reasoning, whereby the structural changes we introduce today in the workforce, in the way we allocate resources, to use cases that have not been really vetted by an economic consideration of costs versus benefits, will permanently change our society. So the quick fix is stop giving a green card to any AI use case that comes to your mind and start treating it as we've been treated any projects so far, with economic logic. And when you think about economic logic, don't think only about aspirational benefits, but think of the cost of putting together the layer of control, the layer of regulation. Think about the cost of monitoring and operating the system. Think about the total cost of ownership, including costs that emerge if the risk connected to a certain system do materialize. And only by doing so, by solving this structural problem, we can, as a consequence, sort out the regulatory aspects, sort out the operational aspect, and the technical aspects. These are easy fixes. The difficult one is, let's start thinking where we want to go structurally in 10, in 20 years, and let's build a future where AI builds GDP for the humanity and not builds GDP efficiency at the expense of the broader majority of the humanity.
Thank you. Who would like to take? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks. I think that we have two limits, but also opportunities. Then the first limit, in my opinion, is the trade-off between ethics and security. Then we need to be very clear when we talk about technology, in particular used in security or for national security or for defense sector, then the people that operate in this sector, they don't have the luxury, let's say, to manage something aligned with ethics, requirement, etc. For several reasons, but in particular because they have to fight with certain threats and also certain enemies that they are not, let's say, aligned with ethics, okay? This is the most important point. And then I give you an example how this conflict or trade-off is in front of us. Let's use the space segment, for instance. Space segment is related to satellites in particular. When we have to manage the cyber threat in satellite, we cannot apply any limit on data, privacy, data collection, etc. Because we need data, all the data, because we need to classify the threats, and then we need to implement some practical response. Okay, then we don't have this, let's say, time to say, okay, are these data aligned with the GDPR or not? No, we cannot think about this on this situation. Then here the point is what I call the ethical clean approach, no? Privacy preserving, minimal data collection, etc. Then given that these people, they don't have the luxury of ethical solution, then we need to understand how we can resolve this trade-off, which can be a limit, but also can be an opportunity. The other, I think, big limit or bigger limits that we are in front of us is related to the temporal mismatch. And then I will conclude now with my terroristic psychological approach, but I'm not negative. I'm also, sometimes I'm romantic and then ideological, or sometimes idealistic. But the most important limit is a temporal mismatch. What this means is that, by practical speaking, we are regulating the AI Act, for instance, is related to ChatGPT 3, and then, but today we have a ChatGPT 5.3. Then, here the point is how we can regulate, for instance, how we can align the time of technology with the time of regulations.
That's a big challenge.
Okay, as a promise, I have more questions than answers, and then thank you very much.
Thank you. Cool. Michele, do you want to take it?
Yeah, quite completely different line. So I agree with Bonifay. We have the AI Act. We need the financial power to build technology aligned with it. So if I were a billionaire in Europe or Switzerland, I will go to the government and say, please tax my wealth 2%, or at least my inheritance, and build a fund to fund both AI and maybe some radical new thing like 100K wired into the bank account of every 18-year-old, so they can start their own company or invest in the company of other people. I believe that AI is so young that we still need wild exploration of its possibilities, even to build the interface. I mean, building our own AI of the interface between the AI produced elsewhere and what we need to align it with European AI values, which are already captured by the AI Act.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Then, last but not least.
Yeah. It's a challenging question. I think that the selling proposition of AI is so compelling that really the hard work for societies, for regulators, and also for AI ethics is actually to be able to distill when it is not compelling. And actually to be able to say there are certain things that we do perfectly well without AI. And we will continue to do that perfectly well without AI. In the previous panel, somebody was saying you can do it with Excel. That is really what I mean. This is not to actually dismiss the potential of AI, or not even to take a step back and say, oh, we should keep a critical eye on it. Yes, we should, like with everything. But the point is that we can have better and more useful AI if we become a little bit more sober in our relationship as societies towards this industry. It's an industry, it's probably, I mean, if this is not the major technological transition in the history of humanity, it's certainly the fastest. So it's going to transform everything very rapidly without us having the time to adapt. But we should remain optimistic that at the end of the day, if we want, as societies, we can decide where it's helpful, where it's helpful in resolving structural issues that we have been dealing with for decades or centuries, if it's improving things in a way that is important for humans, that is important for communities, or if it's just, an accelerated race for profit that, of course, inevitably it's going to be, and there is nothing in principle too distorted in it. This is how things go. But we have to keep the possibility open for us as societies to channel it, to make it into something that is useful, that we like, that makes working better. All these metaphors, about accelerating, moving fast, destroying things. This is a rhetoric that is, first of all, old and really didn't prove very useful. It was not useful at all when the .com became a thing. So we also have the privilege now that we have gone through a phase of very rapid transformation with the advent of the internet and the digital technologies. We have a lot of studies showing what is good and what is not good about smartphones, apps. Now there is a big discussion about the health impact of social media platforms. We know these things. Let's use this knowledge to make AI that actually makes a difference for people, and not just thinking that this is something that has to take us by storm and we cannot do anything about it.
Thank you very much. And I guess with this we can thank very much once again with a round of applause all of our speakers. And we can make a very nice lunch break offered by our sponsor, Emmet Zurich. You will find outside food for each of you with the option to get vegetarian or non-vegetarian food. And we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you. Grazie mille.
still managed to, I mean, there's...
Hi, everyone. It's working now? Yeah, you can hear me. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We hope our Italian-style lunch was pleasant and tasteful. Just before we continue with our life science panel, I just wanted to briefly say for the people that scheduled a one-on-one session with our speakers, right now the one-on-one session with the robotics speakers will go on in the room next to Audimax, and afterward the ones with the life science speakers after the panel, so just as an information. Okay, so I think we can proceed. So now we will start the life science panel. Already Alessandro Brasime before introduced us to the topics of bioethics, but we know that artificial intelligence is also rapidly transforming healthcare and biomedical research, changing not only how we diagnose, how we treat the diseases, but also how we understand biology itself. From personalized medicine to AI-assisted diagnostics to drug discovery and predictive healthcare, the convergence between machine learning and life science is opening always new possibilities. So now we will have a keynote introduction by Antonella Santuccione, moderated by our Enrico Miletto. He is currently pursuing a master's degree in computational science and engineering at ETH Zurich, and he completed also his bachelor in the same field, and his academic work sits at the intersection of computational, modeling, and applied science. So I welcome Enrico and Antonella with a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Can I take a seat?
Of course.
Yeah.
Dr. Antonella Santuccione Chada is an MD. She's an internationally recognized neuroscientist. You are the president of the Women's Brain Foundation, vice president of EU research, and a mentor at InnoSuisse. She has been awarded many prizes for her work, and she was recently listed among the 500 women who have contributed the most to reform in Switzerland since the 1700s. So please welcome Dr. Antonella Santuccione Chada.
Thank you, Enrico. Thanks.
It's nice to have you here.
It's a joy.
Evidence shows that particularly when it comes to neurodegenerative diseases, the experience that women have with medical treatment from diagnosis to care differs from what's the case with their male counterparts. Can you give us some examples of that?
I'm not sure where I have to start, if I should start with numbers or with a personal story. You decide.
Let's start with numbers.
Okay, good. So when we talk about numbers, what we have to specify is that certainly it's a matter of prevalence of diseases. Unfortunately, women represent majority of patients living with conditions such as Alzheimer's. So it's about 70% of the patient population, it's female. We have that 80% of patients living with depressions is female. It's the same for multiple sclerosis. It's the same for migraine. 80% of patients with multiple sclerosis with migraine are women. It's about anxiety disorders, and the list can go on and on. What we also have to mention is that majority of both paid and unpaid or underpaid caregivers in the world are women. So I hope you understand that numbers speaks for the fact that we have an issue that has not been sufficiently addressed by the medical ecosystem from preclinical research to clinical development. We need to prioritize research that understand why we have that the female brain it's disproportionately affected by these conditions, which are the trajectories, which are the influence of hormones or maybe lifestyles that women have to face and predispose them to those diseases. And then we have to develop cure treatments to solve this. That's the reason of my existence since at least now 15 years onward. And this brings me to the personal part, if you want to still know about it.
Let's hear about the personal part.
It's not a nice story, and if I talk about it today, it's because time, it's maybe one of the best therapy, and also the fact that you can revert pain or transform pain into something that has a purpose in life. So when I used to be a very young, happy, I would say even pretty, medical doctor, working just around the corner, actually, at the University Hospital of Zurich. And I finally brought together an Indian family and an Italian family, right? Yes. I married, that was an easy one. Of course, the reason why I decided to have a family was because I wanted to become a mother. And I was a neuroscientist, I was a psychiatrist, so I was looking at brains of people night and days. I was studying neurons every afternoon. In the morning, I was a doctor with patients. In the afternoon, I had my mice in the lab. And when I went for, understanding what was going on with my child, I was expecting a child. My baby girl didn't have the scalp formed. So the brain of my daughter that was never born was floating in the amniotic fluid. And for me, it was like, why? Why to me? Why to me that I'm looking, studying, and I'm trying to understand the brain of people on a daily basis? I was thinking about, a heart, a kidney, or, you can think about Down syndrome. As a doctor, you go with many fears, right? Mm-hmm. into the assessment. But I would have never thought the brain, to me, the brain. And then I read that it was mainly happening into female embryo and female fetus, that the brain was prone to neurodevelopmental defects. And it became the reason why I transformed the pain. I couldn't talk about it for more than 10 years into the reason of why I am a scientist, why I am a medical doctor, why I have become an activist, an advocate, someone that wants to transform the world for the benefit of men and women on this planet. Okay. Maybe beyond.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this personal anecdote.
You didn't know that.
I did not know that. No. And so I guess this then brought you to found the Women's Brain Foundation, which
Correct.
Has its core mission to reduce biases in research, so gender and sex biases. And so I'm curious, how does the foundation operate? Do you perform your own studies? Do you fund external researchers? Or, do you develop best practices and guidance for researchers on how to avoid those biases in their own studies?
Let me tell you where it started. Certainly there was the personal story that was the primum movens. But then it went on my daily job. I was working as a regulator at Swissmedic, so deciding which drug should have been approved for the Swiss market. In terms of
FDA.
Exactly. Okay. In terms of safety and efficacy. And with my big surprise, I was appreciating that there were obvious differences in clinical endpoints and outcomes of trials, whether female or men, subgroups, analysis, as well as in terms of safety. And I went to my colleague, I remember a specific case that was really the eye-opening, the ha-ha moment, that was about an antidepressant. If we would have removed from that trial the entire female population, that drug would have not been approved because it was not working on the male one. So I said, we need to solve this, and we need to understand why there is this obvious difference, and the clinical developers are not taking this into serious account. I was certainly asking the developers, why is that? And on the other side, you have brilliant scientists, right? The Novartis, the Roche, the Biogen of the world. They are smarter than you. They have a battalion. You're there as a regulator. And the answers were brilliant, and they made a lot of sense. But then I said, OK, this is a very good answer. I want that it's systematically addressed across the entire ecosystem, and that we plan our trials to answer upfront, not after a regulator raised the hand or someone dies because of a side effect of a treatment. It's about death and life. Women, for instance, die of QT prolongation, and it's a known side effect of many drugs, which is the main reason why majority of drugs get withdrawn from the market. So you first approve the drug, then you find out that there is an issue with QT, and then you have to withdraw the drug from the market, which is loss of life, money, time, research. So to your question, the foundation does mainly research on this issue. We bring facts and data on the table, and when you have that, people cannot
ignore it.
That's how we became strong. 120 plus peer-reviewed publication over the last 10 years. It was a hobby. It was a hobby of mine. It was a community of scientists who volunteered to solve this issue. And you can't imagine what you can do with people that have a vision and that want to change the world. You don't need even much to motivate them to help you. And that's where we got a pipeline of brilliant publication, facts, evidence, books, events. We've had 3 international forums on women's brain health, and we brought regulators, policymakers, scientists, in industry, innovators. We need innovators. I doubt that pharmaceutical industries really make the change itself because it costs too much of an effort. I think that the real change will come from young people, innovators, young enterprises that have the mindset to boost the change more than establishment, including institutions like this one. This was one of the reasons why the problem started, together with, as I said, the big ones, because the biases is embedded in medicine, and medicine is done within these walls. So it's from here that we have to change.
So the Women's Brain Foundation focuses specifically on what is called precision medicine. Can you explain to the lay people among us what that is?
In very simple terms, this is not a terminology I coined. It was one of the first, Eric Topol, who is, I think, now in charge of Medscape, the biggest portal for medical education, is the editor-in-chief, was talking about shallow medicine versus precision medicine. Shallow medicine is what we have today. We all take drugs based on the ideal body, the ideal person, the ideal patient population included in a trial, while those type of patients don't exist. I give you a fact on especially genomics. Genomic data are usually predominantly generated in the model of the 80 kilos, healthy, white, Caucasian, good-looking guy. I wish I would have had that type of patients every day in the hospital, but that was not the case. So actually you have just the reverse situation. You have people from different type of ethnicity. We have people of different weight, different size, different comorbidities, which are certainly not addressed properly in how we design clinical trials today. And the precision medicine approach is to study each single characteristic that it's part of my body, your body, into the game. Actually, there was a very brilliant publication in 2015 from Schrock and colleagues that spoke about one-person trial. In fact, we should aim to have a clinical trial designed on me, because I'm not like you, and so it should be really personalized. This is very much futuristic. The truth is that we should consider sex, gender, socioeconomic status, lifestyle, wealth, your family history, into designing a treatment and into dosing the drug for you. I give you a practical example. When we started the Women's Brain Project, today it became a foundation. We became a foundation 2 years ago. People were laughing at me. They were saying, haha, another women organization. What is it now, Alzheimer and women? Why are you talking about Alzheimer and this, Alzheimer that? I met my mentor, which is, by the way, the person that discovered aducanumab, the first disease-modifying treatment ever approved for Alzheimer's disease. We worked here in the lab together, and he gave me a high five. He said, you were right. Why? We started saying Alzheimer is female, predominantly in women. The diagnosis is delayed versus men. We know that symptoms differ. We know that the caregiving approach is also different. Today, unfortunately, what those antibodies to treat Alzheimer's disease are showing is that they work better in men and not in women. So it's real. We started 10 years ago saying it's prevalence. Today we know, unfortunately, our intuition is confirmed by the fact that those drugs don't work that well in women, which is a drama. And the question is why? I don't know. It can be dosage, it can be time of administration. It can be that women have more brain pathology than men. This we know. Women have more deposition of amyloid plaque in the brain for same level of disease manifestation. So, this is what it's precision medicine. It's about saving life, saving cost, making things better. And it's beautiful because it's unprecedented and we can change history.
That's very interesting. So, obviously, machine learning and artificial intelligence have shown very promising results in the medical and pharmaceutical field. When it comes to precision medicine, where is it currently used, and where can we expect it to be used in the future?
I'll give you an example of what we are doing at the moment at our foundation. We have been approaching the problem of the understanding of how hormonal changes may impact the predisposition of both men and women to develop Alzheimer's disease. Let's start from a fact. I mean, it's not just menopause, which is now very hype and spoken all over the place. There is also andropause. And I think the question that we scientifically have to address, why certain people with menopause, why certain people with andropause will go through the trajectory of Alzheimer's or other diseases, why others will become the superagers. I think that this is the big question we need to respond. And precision medicine, big data, large language model are essential to make sense of this abundance of data that we do have, but we can't understand with our naked eyes. And for instance, at the foundation, we are creating a project where we are harmonizing a multitude of data sets. We are synthesizing data for information we don't have to simulate, for instance, the effect of hormones on the predisposition to neurodegenerative diseases. And we are using then large language model to make the so-called knowledge graphs. Now, I'm a medical doctor. I am understanding medicine. I understand the questions that need to be addressed. I understand a bit people, all the things about the data, the harmonization, the node, all this kind of stuff. You should ask it to the team of data scientists at the foundation. But what I'm telling you is that that's how you bring also multidisciplinarity together, because I think that's the beauty of what we do. In the room, you need to have the scientist, you need to have the engineer, you need to have the medical doctor, you need to have the communicator, you need to have the ethicist, you need to have, this is where the future looks like, and this is where we will have a precise society, because it's not just about medicine, it's about how we design this room. I mean, if a mother would like to come here with a child and breastfeed, I don't see any way to have, maybe there is an entrance from the back with a pram, but there are stairs. I was trying to enter into a tram when I was a breastfeeding mother, and I had to ask help for people to carry my pram because it was too heavy. So this is not just about precision medicine, it's about precision society, more inclusive for any type of diverse individual.
Thank you very much. Let's hope for such a society in the future. So just then one last question. What is the vision for the Women's Brain Foundation in the foreseeable future, and how about your own personal career?
That's the problem, because if you ask about this question to my team, they will tell you, she has too many visions, which for some people can be like...
That's a good thing, though.
I don't know, it depends. But the ambition plan is the following. The foundation is our research arm, advocacy arm, policy arm. This is where we do educate, do science, do policy change making. Then we have the, let's say, hub, where we are hosting startups that do brain health, that do sex and gender precision medicine, and we help those startups to thrive, to grow. I'm a mother, I have the mother approach. I want to see my kids walking, growing, and flourish. And then, this is what's happening here in Switzerland. We are replicating the same in Italy. So our ambition is now to work on local Italian policymakers. It's not an ambition, we are doing it, to replicate the foundation in Italy, so to have the Italian sister foundation, and to have the Italian hub to foster innovation also in Italy. It's a way of giving back. It's a way of accessing funds that not necessarily are available in Switzerland, because, Italy is part of the European Union. And so there are both logistic and, of course, human advantages, and replicate the effort. So that's where we are aiming to. And on my personal plan, 5 years, I hope to retire on an Italian island, which is called Procida. So,
just very close to my hometown of Napoli. then thank you very much for this conversation and all the best with the
Procida plan.
Exactly, with the Procida plan.
We can take some questions from the audience. Yeah.
Good.
So, does anyone in the audience want to ask some questions? You should have microphones next to your seats. Sure. Please use the microphone, yes, for the stream. To push the button.
Now? Yes. So my question was about the data. How do you get the data, and which policy do you use to store the data of the patient, I think?
Okay, right. So actually what we do, it is always an approach based on public-private partnerships. We do not own the data ourselves. We use either available data sets which are open and accessible to the scientific community, or we just have our own existing collaboration with the owners of the data around the globe. This goes to, for instance, organizations that are in the pharmaceutical sector. It's about the ADDI, which is the platform that has been created by the ADDI venture, by the Gates venture itself, actually, and pulls together data from privately owned organizations, from the Roche Diagnostic to the J&J of the world, eventually trials that have been decided to be disclosed, and then we access this data. So it's kind of accessing them in a federated fashion. Of course, we also have downloadable data sets when they are publicly available. For example, the UK Biobank is one. And to your question about the privacy part, if I understood the question correctly, it's about, this is a problem of the data owner. It's we comply to the approach that the data owner has followed, which is of course pseudo. You have me. Exactly. Anonymization of the data and such as and so forth. This is how we solve the problem. But if you ask me, this is complying with the status quo. If you ask me, I think that we are all owners of our own data. I think that we should be paid for all the data we share with the data owners at the moment. There should be a token or a way, I don't know which is the right way, but I think that the real owner of the data, it's us, and we should be in charge of deciding where those data are located and how to get then incentivized to share our own data, which we do stupidly so when it's about social media and platform, around the globe. But when it's about health data, everybody becomes very secretive, which makes things very complicated. I think we should be more liberal in this regard and facilitate access to data and share them more openly. It's not easy. Data is oil. It's also a matter of a lot of opportunities financially that comes from use of data, and so then the ownership issue starts.
Should we take one last question from the crowd? Yes.
You also have one.
Oh yeah. You go first. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the talk. It was an inspiration. Obviously, there's so much in women's health to consider and reconsider, especially in neuroscience. So my question is, how do you go about the prioritization of all of this that we need to cover and this research that we need to reconsider over like almost a century now? Also when we have new findings with endometriosis, SOPK, all of these new things, how do you prioritize the way you reconsider data and research?
Okay, so I think that for us, prioritization comes by the nature of who we are. It's about the essence and the core of your expertise. So for us, it's really about the disease I've mentioned. Certainly Alzheimer's is one of them, depression, multiple sclerosis. It's where there is one of the highest unmet medical need. I think, unfortunately, what we have to also disclose is that the prioritization exercise goes where there is the highest likelihood of economic return for those who invest in developing a solution, which is the pharmaceutical industry, the basic research, the biotech of the world. Because in the end, what I've learned with my professional expertise that was also in big pharma and big corporation, money talk, and you need to bring the business case, the model behind as why we should do it. And that's what we did. So I was very pleased by the very famous report that the World Economic Forum, together with McKinsey Institute of Health, has released in 2024, where they spoke about the 3 million return of investment opportunity in GDP by 2040, if we will do women's research. 3 million, no. Trillion, right? 1 trillion, sorry, I got mixed with the numbers. My brain still catch my mistakes, that's a good sign. So 1 trillion return on investment by 2040. What we did, we went to them and said, can we look at how much we'll derive if we will do research just on the brain of women? And with our big surprise, 1/4 of that big amount of money went just into the women's brain, speaking for the fact that it's one of the most understudied, underserved organ of our entire body. And frankly, I'm done with bikini medicine. I mean, I understand fertility is an issue. I understand that, the reproductive system of a woman, it's a priority. Even menopause, I mean, I can be content with that. What I want to see, though, it is the real medicine that affects the women body, which is, as I said, neurodegenerative diseases, chronic condition, problems with immunological disorders. The fact that when we age, we have osteoporosis, it's one of the major causes of death in the female population. Stroke, that it's believed to be a male disease, actually kills more women in the world than men. Parkinson, that it's perceived as a male disease, actually has the same women, and there is a striking number of younger females getting Parkinson. We don't even know why, and they're still fertile. And if you ask with the patients what's going on, they will tell you, L-DOPA doesn't work with me before I get my period. This is real. And that's what we need to change. So prioritizing, it's very difficult. If I could, the prioritization will be, let's pause for a second and let's, do just that for a while, because we've done so much for the male colleagues. So now let's prioritize women and you stay quiet for a while, fair enough. But I'm not in the decision room, so. And I don't want to be not inclusive, it's just provocative, it's just I want to provoke the thinking.
William, you had a question.
Yeah, I had a question about sort of more institutional changes. So you mentioned right now a lot of research is sort of on the ideal person, and a lot of it's in men, and that we should start looking more into research in women. As you said, a lot of these conditions and diseases affect women just as much, if not more. But there's also the late stage. You said also the ideal would be that everyone gets sort of their own study, like a hyper-personalized medicine. What would you say is something that we can do as a community to sort of institutionalize research changes so that we can actually get to that stage?
I love this question, and thank you for raising it, because I think if we do not institutionalize this problem, it will be a niche, despite half of the world population is women, so it's not really a niche, but that's how it is perceived. Women's health, it's a niche. So when I speak about institution, my dream, my effort, and my advocacy work has been to establish a sex and gender precision medicine research institute in Switzerland. I'm not yet succeeding, so I hope that we will do it in Italy. And even if we have to do it on Mars, because we're doing partnership with ETH to study sex and gender differences when life on space, I'm fine. Even if we have to do it on Mars, it's fine, as far as we do it, because if we do not institutionalize the problem with a dedicated research institute in Zurich, in Bern, in Rome, in London, in New York, I think it won't happen to change. That was the case for any previous medical discipline. We have a research institute for cancer, one for HIV, that's how medicine is done. You need to institutionalize. Then the fund gets funneled and fueled. I leave you with a number. I leave you with a question, first of all. Who knows how much money has been given for sex and gender precision medicine program by SNF, the Swiss National Foundation, for 4 years program? I think it's going to finish next year. How much was the money dedicated to sex and gender medicine in Switzerland out of the pool of the money that Swiss can move for research by SNF? Let's say a number. 11 million, not 50. Do you know how much it costs the House of Elephants in the zoo up here, the hill? I mean, I'm serious. Who knows that number? 72 million. And it was built in less than 2 years. And it was actually philanthropic money. And this shows the dimension, the perception. Not even the 50 million you suggested. It's 11 million for, I think, 200. I think they funded less than 100. There were more than 250 applications speaking for the need, but they didn't have the money to satisfy all of those applications. And this is in a country like Switzerland, where at least something is happening. Imagine the rest of the world. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is that we need to put the funds, we need to invest into this unmet medical need, and it's about your money, privately owned, or money that goes into tax that finance these institutions. So to your question, how we can make it, it's also provoking the status quo and instigated the thinking in the ones that owns the budget, saying, you know, wait a second, we should allocate also part of the money to this type of experiments, because we need to understand the impact of this molecule on the female sex of the cell and the male sex of the cells. And we've done a beautiful Nature bioengineering publication that exactly speaks to the in vitro model, for example, right, the organoids. We should have, as much as possible, the male model and the female model of the organoids, of the in vitro cells, of the mice, and such as and so forth. I'm done.
Well then, thank you very much, Antonella.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this
It's been a
thought-provoking
joy.
conversation.
All right. Thank you very much. And now we continue with our moderated panel discussion. I would like to welcome on stage Pietro Palopoli, who's going to be our moderator for today. He studied biomedical engineering here at ETH Zurich, and currently is a PhD researcher at EPFL, working on neural interfaces and system integration. So I think he is going to introduce you to our next speakers and the perfect person to moderate this panel. So a round of applause for Pietro.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And a pleasure being here. And I would like to introduce the panel, the continuation of the panel of life science. So I would like to welcome here Professor Cristina Rossi, who is currently the CEO of B-Ray-Z, which is a very successful startup on the application of AI for diagnosis of breast cancer. And she holds she did studies in Rome in physics. Then she continued with a PhD in biophysics. She continued doing some research experiencing in Tübingen. Then she arrived here in UZH, and she became then the leader of the MRI unit at Universitätsspital, and finally the CEO of a company that she co-founded, which is CEO of B-Ray-Z. Thank you. Then I would like to welcome our next speaker, which is Dr. Cavalli. He is at the Institute of Biomedicine Research in Bellinzona. He also studied physics at ETH, then holds a PhD in mathematics, still in the same institution, and then had some research experiences at UZH, so UZH, at Cambridge, UK, and finally he worked as he is currently at the IBR Institute. Welcome. And our last but not least panelist of this panel is Dr. Lucarelli. He is a senior innovation manager at Roche, and he also holds a master's degree in physics, and he did a PhD from University Sapienza in material science, and then he did research experiences in William and Mary University, so in Virginia in the US, then arrived at DTH for other research experiences, and finally worked at Bruker and Roche. So welcome to our innovation. Please. So I would like to start with a question to all of you. And basically, you, as you might have noticed, our speakers today share a background in physics that then changes inclination and prism according to what they did later in life. And after physics, you right now basically work in the field of AI-driven life sciences. And I would just like to understand and to let us know, could you please walk us through how do you get where you are today? And when AI became part of your work, because you were physicists, mathematicians, and then at a certain moment AI became a very important part of your current work. Professor Rossi, would you like to start?
Sure, with pleasure. Well, in my case, the proximity to life science started already during the physics study. I did a study in the physics department, but I was working in a research group which was using magnetic resonance imaging or nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy, and the material was a biological material. I started with something with bones and osteoporosis, which was mentioned before. And I always liked the idea of being at the interface between science, the mathematical modeling part of science, the physics opens, and the application in biology or medicine. And then starting from there, I started a PhD working in a university clinic. In Germany, there is a long tradition of a subsection of radiology, which is the experimental radiology, which hosts a lot of engineers and physicists that work very close with the radiologists, and this was how it got to medicine. AI came very late. I was working then in university hospitals as a data scientist, doing a lot of data modeling, actually. Most of the time was just a trivial exponential fit of multi-parametric data. And in 2017, there was really a revolution, so it was clear that AI was going to change medicine, and that it was possible to implement AI even in a clinical setting without a supercomputer, but just getting access to data and start with the first models. And this is where, together with other two crazy guys, we decided to start the company.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Lucarelli?
Yes, interesting question. I mean, it brings me back to think the fil rouge of my life somehow. I think the fil rouge is passion. So what I started to study physics, it reflects the passion I have for nature, which still brings me in the weekend to discover places on the mountains and stuff when I spend so much time on the desk. Then this passion became a little bit more profession at a certain point, but still my life developed, so I had a family, and the passion for the family decided, also to do another career change somehow. I moved out from the academics and into the industry to get a little bit more stability for my family. I mean, if you are a researcher, you have to basically follow the science, follow where the activity is coming. So every 3-4 years, you have to relocate. I mean, with the kids, it doesn't really work at best, let's say, right? Many people do it, which is great, but I decided to follow the passion for the family there. And finally, I mean, the other passion that brought me somehow to work for first for Bruker and then for Roche is the passion for technology, which I still do have very, very strong. I mean, I like to follow the developments, and everything that is in there. So this has been a little bit the fil rouge there, and the curiosity that is another part of my, character. I really like to investigate things to understand what is behind. So diving into life sciences has not been easy because, I mean, it's completely new word. But I think something probably I share with my colleagues here is that as a physicist, you are equipped to address complex systems. So you have this systemic approach about reality, that physics is giving you. And once you know how to use it, you can use it in different fields. I mean, even politics, for instance. We had the very strong politicians that was a physicist somehow. So,
Thank you. And Dr. Cavalli? So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation.
Pleasure.
It's a pleasure to be here, where I spent a lot of years as a student, as a PhD student. So the question is, it's a difficult one because it has to do with all my career path. So again, the fil rouge of my research and so on. And so, I mean, I've always been interested in understanding and building things. And so in some sense, AI is a great tool to do that, because it's a great tool that helps you understand, but also to build things, for example, with generative AI. And this has been true during all my career. As a student, for example, I studied quantum field theory, and there it was, for me, it was important to understand how the particles work. But then you had a tool that after 2 or 3 weeks of summing up a Feynman diagram gave you a number, and this number could be used to compute the lifetime of a muon, for example. Then later I moved to Cambridge, where I tried to understand, so to build models of quantity, of experimental quantity, in particular the chemical shift that were measured with his machine, and use this to predict the structure of proteins. And in a later phase, it was more in the life science and so on, we tried to use machine learning and AI of 10 years ago, which is a bit different from the AI of now, to understand why some light chain of antibody leads to light chain amyloidosis, which is a deadly disease. And so this theme has been always present in my research, and now again we are trying to use AI to understand the immune system, to understand how we react to pathogen, how cells become rugged and cancerous, and act on that.
Thank you very much. And now I would like just to move to more in-depth question, in particular to Professor Rossi. You, in your company, you realize the product that is in real hospitals. And was there a specific moment that pushed you to make the leap from research to industry, to building a company, actually? Or it was something that arrived with time and just by itself?
No, it was pure unconsciousness, I think. Well, we didn't know what we were going to start, actually. And this is the positive things that sometimes happen in your life. You are in front of these sliding doors, and you just decide to go through the sliding door, and then you get it out. It happened to me a couple of times in life. One time was when I decided to leave for a PhD abroad. I'm sure every one of you knows that moment. And the second one probably was when I got my first kid. And then the third one is the company, which is like a kid. Basically, I think it's something that comes together, you know. It's the perception of having an idea which is a good idea, the time life in your personal life in which you say, why not? And professionally, maybe something in which you say, I will not regret to leave what I was done in the last years. So it's a bit of a constellation of things, and just not thinking too long about that, just following your gut feeling and go for that.
Thank you. Thank you. To Dr. Cavalli, basically you remain close to fundamental questions. So proteins, molecular mechanisms. What drove you to stay in academia instead, for example, to continue a path in industry?
I mean, so I'm fundamentally driven by, I'm interest-driven, curiosity-driven person, and I think that academia is one of the best places to follow your interest, to follow your curiosity. I mean, being interest-driven is not only a good thing, because sometimes I'm driven from an interest in one direction, and then one I think the problem is solved, I jump to another one without bringing the thing to the final conclusion. But maybe another aspect is also that it's true that I'm academia, but as my second interest, so to say, is also to build things that work, to build, to discover molecules that modulate a protein and can be used in cancer or so on. So I have also a part of my work that tries to bring this in industry, or to bring it to the patient, but through a path that goes through industry. And so, for example, with a colleague, we co-founded a small startup that with whom we are trying to develop one of the molecules that we have found into something that can be used in clinics.
Thank you. Inspiring. And to Dr. Lucarelli, your career evolved from a strong, technical, knowledgeable person to a person that now shapes innovation across a large organization such as Roche. And what made you shift from a pure technical role to a more business-oriented one? And how has your vision changed as well?
Oh yes, the vision changed dramatically. I think that many people that leave the academic, after they graduated and so on, they have probably similar experience in the sense that you get out from a space which is safe somehow, right? You have a little bit more understanding or control of it. A lot of freedom, especially when you are doing your research activities, in a much more hostile, let's say, at the beginning environment, much regulated. So you have to develop a lot of additional skills. So science is not enough. You need to go through what we call soft skills development, right? And actually they are evaluated much more than the hard skills, given also the additional support that the AI gives to the hard skill development. You learn also how important it's not only to have the process under control, have the regulation and the compliance in place, but also to have the human factor. Because large companies, they work prevalently with people, and people are enabling or are blocking innovation depending on the culture that they have. So you need to learn all these. It's a sort of, in the end, an alchemy that you need to develop. There is no clear, school or definition that you can find how to do this. And it comes with experience. So what we call stakeholder management, you can learn only by staying with people and dealing with people, right?
Was there a shift between a successful innovation when you were doing mostly technical work, and now that instead it's a more strategic innovation? Was there a shift to how you perceive a successful innovation? Maybe before was, it works, fantastic, but maybe there is something else.
No, absolutely, and that's exactly the point. As you work in a large corporate, you need to look at the big picture. So it's for an engineer, you have requirements, you deliver your product fitting the requirements, that's it, right? But as you work as an innovator, I mean, as an innovation manager in an organization, you need to help people to gradually understand the bigger picture, which is, okay, I mean, I have a product, is ready to be shipped, but where is the sales force, for instance? So when we deal with internal innovation, we need to deal also with this concept. When we talk with people which have a great idea, for new products, well, we need to tell them, I mean, the idea is great, but we still don't have the proper channels. For example, jumping into digital space 20 years ago. We need to develop the proper channels to get into this market segment that we have not accessed before. And not everybody gets it quickly, so it's a cultural shift that you have to do. First of all, as a technologist, as a developer, but then as you move gradually forward, with your profession, you become a team leader, and so on. You need to understand a little bit more the bigger picture. So success, in this sense, is measured not only from your project delivery perspective, but in the larger scale. And in the end, when you talk about the company success, the success is that you meet the customer needs, so that you really see that the customer has a positive outcome of your service, of your product. So, thank you.
I agree. If I can add something, I think this is the complete truth. I know that most of you have a scientific background or a natural science background, as it's fundamental for any form of innovation to get out of the laboratory, to bring this innovation really to end users which are not natural scientists. You need to take yourself out of the industry, out of the laboratory. And this is fundamental. In our company, we develop solutions for doctors, and we are all physicists and engineers. And we found out after a while that there was a drift in the requirement engineering. So we were building more and more nice features because the technology was so appealing that we really wanted to have it into the software. But then we were drifting away from what the user really needed. And so we started to take the AI engineers and the software developer and to send them 2 weeks in the sites of the client. So spend 2 weeks at the site of a radiologist, look how these people work, try to get out of this experience what you need to build a successful solution. And I think yesterday evening we mentioned that, but it's a bit like sometimes when you move away from a very technical role, you need to kill a little bit the scientist in you, in the sense that there are some things that you have spent years to build, some skills that sometimes can be an obstacle, not to bring what you want to transfer to the others. And in this sense, this is a work you need to do with yourself. And maybe this is also something that could be included into the education curricula. So to learn to look out of your box. So I know every one of us is a request to be super precise, super knowledgeable, super specialized, but it's not ending there. You need to connect with the others, otherwise you will lose.
And on this note, how hard was to create a product and then to have it actually in a hospital? What was the hardest part of this?
Oh, well, there are so many things to think that I don't know what would be the most difficult part. I think there are many aspects, so the technology, the idea, the proximity to the clients, to understand you're doing the right products, to solve a problem they really have, not a problem that no one sells. This is most of the time an issue. We moved into a market which is now being created. So it's a market which is, for many aspects, immature. The hospitals were not ready, for example, in the procurement to pay software as a service. So hospitals buy devices once in life, And that's it. So they were not equipped to pay licenses as we do with our telephone, for example. So this is already a challenge. And the third challenge, this is what related to the previous panel, is related to the certification. So we are building medical software, so it must be compliant to the medical regulation, must be compliant to the AI Act, to the GDPR. So all this moving into a regulated environment is for sure a challenge. Not impossible to solve, but you need to address it.
Thank you. And Dr. Cavalli, could you please explain what is the central scientific problem that your lab is working on, if there is one or if there are multiple?
Yes. So the central theme of my lab is to develop, to understand how cells get drug in cancer, how the immune system works, how it can fight against pathogen or sometimes create disease, and then based on that develop tools like small molecules or antibodies that can intervene, modulate, and restore the homeostasis, so restore the natural process and so cure the associated diseases.
I see. And is there something in your research that AI has really helped to accelerate the discovery, for example, or that before was not possible?
I mean, AI, and with AI now I mean this set of tools that exploded, so to say, in the last 4 or 5 years since AlphaFold 3, maybe, which was the biggest surprise, so to say, in our field. So this set of tools have really opened a huge amount of possibilities. And just to make you an example, before AlphaFold 3, if you wanted to develop, let's say, a molecule that binds an enzyme, you needed to crystallize this protein, and that could be a process of 1 to 3 years, and then you could start making molecules that target that. Now you essentially get the first part more or less correctly in 15 minutes, and you can start directly with the second.
So you still need, anyways, human intelligence.
Yes, you need a lot of human intelligence, and because these tools are very powerful. But one thing that we don't understand is, they can work very well, but they also can fail spectacularly. And at the moment, is that we don't know why they work well and when they fail. And so a lot of work we still need to do is to, once we have generated molecules, we need to test them in the lab, and this will require a lot of human work and intelligence. And maybe going a step further, AI is very useful to generate new tools, but it's not that before we were not able to do. So people have done discovered molecules and antibody before. And actually the paradox is that maybe the discovery phase, it's not the most difficult. I make an example. If you look at the compound, at the molecules, 90% of the molecules fail before reaching a patient. It's called the valley of death, because everything, you have a fantastic molecule, it works in vitro, it works in vivo, it works in any possible experiment that you can do, and then you start this process and something goes wrong. Now, AI is accelerating the first part. Now we need a way to use this power to accelerate the second part. So to reduce this 90% to 10%, so to have 90% of the drugs that go into the next phase, because through AI we can build better molecules, not only faster and more molecules.
Thank you, thank you. And Dr. Lucarelli, I would like to ask you, in a big company, where does AI create nowadays the most tangible value? And is it disruptive, or it's like, from your personal opinion, is it something that is disruptive, or it's just an incremental value that is added to the company?
That's an important point. I think the value can be generated on both streams. So somehow the very easy to reach value of the incremental improvement, it's in the many processes that you have in a large company. We discussed about ethics and the regulatory, compliance. I mean, any medical company has a big burden of regulatory task to be done. And this is slowing down innovation, definitely. Because from one side, I mean, you submit a new idea, and then you have the authority, FDA, that have to process it, and it takes a lot of time. I mean, it used to be paper documents, then it became digital, right? But still, it's a lot of information that authorities has to go through. Thanks to the AI, I mean, you probably experience a little bit more personal level. A huge amount of information can be digested, can be interrogated, very easily and quickly. So you get to the answer that you want in a much faster way. And this touch not just the regulatory aspect, where we probably have the most benefit at present, but many other processes which are document heavy. Also from the customer side, I mean, from the service perspective, who has been reading the F-point manual, right? Nobody reads the manual, because people watch videos, I mean, much more easy, I mean, even on YouTube, because it's easier to digest, right? So we are not made in order to read manual. We are made to tell stories. Yeah. We are really wired to tell stories. And that's what AI really does very well. You have complex instruments, you need to learn how to use it. You can ask, can you tell me how I can do this and that? And AI takes the manual and then boil it down to something more concrete you can touch. All these aspects, I think, AI is really giving a big push for the development of services and so on. Then comes the big ideas. I mean, the point where you really think that the AI can do something that has not been thought and it was not conceivable before. When we talk about healthcare sciences, I think this is the field that will be, not just in my opinion, but also for the expert, and you check, follow the money, they say, right? Check the investments and you will see it. Will have the strongest development in all the disciplines of science. Because, I mean, discovering a new drug, it takes something like from 8 to 15 years, from the time that you find a new molecule to the time that you bring on the market. This is a huge pipeline. There's no industry that has such a long pipeline for a new product to be brought on the market. And it's also a big challenge for pharma companies, because you bring this on the market, and then you have only from 10 to 5 years to profit of the patent of this new molecule, right? So development costs are huge. We are talking several billions, 50 billions we reached for some type of drugs. And then the revenues you can make are limited, So especially when it comes for rare diseases, genetic diseases, for instance, are non-profitable. But they are a burden for the humanity. And somebody has to address those things, right? So somehow the system was not able to provide concrete answer for this type of problem. But with the advent of AI, we believe that things might move in a direction where we have more edge for also these rare diseases, for genetic diseases. So AI is going to speed up a lot of this very long pipeline. I mean, we see that with the finding of proper molecule, AlphaFold, for instance, for which Dennis Nabis have won the Nobel Prize, is a product that has solved somehow the shaping of protein. Determining the shape of protein before was taking a long time, right? And getting to the right drug means also that you understand better the affinity sites of your protein. So it's a huge work of research, but it's been speeded up enormously by the advent of AI. Nobody could have thought about that. You know, it has been taking 20 years to come from some early stage modeling to the AlphaFold, right? And the same expectation we have for further development. We were talking before about personalized medicine. I mean, personalized medicine has been a promise for 20 years, probably, something like that. I mean, by the time I joined Roche, there was talks about personalized medicine, right? So I tell you, at least 12 years I've been hearing about it. And nothing has been moving because it's a huge problem. I mean, you have to characterize the person as the Dr. Antonella Santuccioni was mentioning before, in a very detailed way with a lot of data. So we can collect those data. But what do you do then with those data? I mean, without AI, you cannot really process such a huge amount of data. So when you talk about multi-omics is basically this idea to process different types of data, genetics, immunology data, and so to do proper cancer treatment, which is more personalized, which is more fine-tuned to the needs of the person. This can be enabled, by AI. These are the big ideas, the big developments that we expect, and that they are really happening somehow.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, unfortunately, time is tyrant, and I would just like to ask you, to all of you, a final question that is actually a suggestion to the people that are here, the young people, but also the less young people. So many of the people that we have in the audience maybe would like to follow your path or be where you are right now. What would you wish that you had known before that they could know now? What would you suggest them? Or what would you suggest them to do in order to get where you are? If there is something that you would like to suggest, of course.
Oh, that's a good question. Okay, I said what I say to my daughter. I mean, the most important thing is to be passionate of something, to do something that resonates with you now. I mean, we are in a moment in which more than any time before, we don't know how the job market will evolve in the future. So do what you like to do. And if you do what you like to do, let's go inside what you're doing. Go patient, go inside, go with 100% of your power inside. Because only this can bring you to excellence. So I never thought, and my experience confirms that there is no strategic decision to get to a position, a management, the CEO, the president, the professor, whatever. It's just patient and hard work and spending everything you have in something that gives you something during the journey. I listened to a video of Alex Zanardi in the last days. The web was full of that. And he said something which is truly real, I think. I think that you need to have something that gives you back during the journey. And it cannot be just ambition, the fuel, because ambition is not enough to reach the maximum. You really need to enjoy the pain of the journey of going through. So this is what I think is important.
Thank you.
Should I go?
Would you like to add something? I have more time to think.
Well, first of all, I would like to make a big kudos to the organizers. I mean, I think you really did an excellent job. We were discussing with the other panelists. I mean, it's amazing what you set up. Huh? And I mean, I do organize events myself, large events, so I know the effort that it takes. And I'm really shocked to see that you do this like on a voluntary basis and on top of a very busy schedule of studying. So really, well done. And if I can give an advice to all the students, it would be this one. I mean, don't undervalue the power that you have, which is the power to make questions. Might seem obvious, but it's not. I mean, as a student, probably you spend much more time to find the answer, to pass an exam, to do stuff, to ensure that you really control the knowledge, right? But you will realize, once you have finished your program of studies, that an important question, especially in science, might drive you to the next level, might push the society to the next level. So, and don't think that people around you will have the answer for the question. Sometimes you think, okay, well, I don't do the question because it could be too stupid, and maybe there is already an answer somewhere, which is true for many questions, but not for all the questions. So the question drives the motivations. And from the motivations, you reach places you were never imagined. So don't underestimate the power you have. We have seen it in the audience before. It was a very interesting question, came from one of the students. I mean, this is really bringing the society to different places. We are now dealing with very transformative phase of the humanity, right? It is a revolution which is happening at a speed which will never happen. So there is a lot of big questions. Some of these big questions we have been discussing for. Some questions we don't know yet what they may be. So we need your power.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, I also agree with what was said before. So if I can add something is maybe that, a person much more famous than me, students once said, well, stay curious, stay fool. So maybe my advice is to, well, if you, take some risks, explore unexpected things. Novel things come from unexpected corners. Nobody was expecting AI the way it came up. But also be prepared that, you will fail more often than the times you succeed. If I put together the cumulative amount of the grant that I didn't become, in money, it's probably close to $1 billion. So it's be prepared to that, and also be prepared that, sometimes you need curiosity, passion, and probably also a little bit of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to our speakers. Unfortunately, the time is tight, so we don't have questions for Q&A, but you can engage with them outside during, there is not gonna be no break, unfortunately, because we are running a bit out of time, so we need to skip to the next panel. But again, a round of applause for our live.
You've been talking too much.
Perfect. So, as I said, we need to move on to our final panel, which is the robotics panel. So, robotics is one of the most tangible and fascinating frontiers of artificial intelligence. And machines are learning to perceive, adapt, move, assist, and interact with humans and with complex environments in an increasingly sophisticated ways. We will open this panel with a keynote by Silvestro Micera, which will be moderated by our Leonardo Silvagni, which is currently pursuing a master's degree in neuroengineering at EPFL and is also a Bertelli Fellow within the Harvard EPFL program. So welcome to Silvestro and Leonardo.
Thank you, Alicia. So it is my pleasure today to introduce Silvestro to the public. Silvestro is a bioelectronics professor at Scuola Superiore Sant'Anna di Pisa, as well as a full professor for the Bertarelli Fellow, Bertarelli Chair in Translational Neuroengineering at EPFL Lausanne, and is currently leading several labs here in Switzerland, in Italy at Sant'Anna, as well as in Milan. And was also a Fulbright scholar in Boston in the previous years. So a round of applause for Silvestro.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks a lot. And before we start with the question, I want to join the congratulations to all of you guys for the amazing organization of this event. And thanks for inviting me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for coming. So I want to start with a question about organization and logistics. Like, you currently lead several labs and across different continents, not continents, but different countries, and host collaborations across different continents with many different environments. So what is it like? What's the logistics, and how is it with collaborating with such different cultures?
The logistics can be complicated, of course, because I have to be sure to be reasonably present everywhere. The big advantage is that right now you can the physical interaction is always important. But what I try to do is to keep talking with the people working with me at different levels, collaborators, students, postdocs, constantly. So what I try to do, even if I'm not physically present in a place, I try to have a reasonable understanding of what more or less day by day is happening in the labs and try to interact in a continuous way with the people, which does not mean that, at least I hope, that I do micromanagement. Because one of the things that I'm quite proud of is that because I'm in many different places, I have, but it's also a choice, to give freedom to the students. And if you want, going back to the last question of the previous panel, that's one of the things which make a difference. Giving the possibility to the amazing students that I'm very lucky to work with to express themselves, so to find their own way. You know, from time to time you have to constrain people, and that's why you need to interact with the people constantly to avoid that something diverge in a very unexpected, bad, unexpected way. But the idea of having many labs gives also me the obligation to give freedom. And I think this freedom comes back from the fact that the students are able to evolve personally, also reaching, if you want, unexpected ideas, development that maybe with the micromanagement we would have not been able to see.
Thank you for your answer. And moving to the topic of the day, the previous panelists showed that AI and large-scale AI is revolutionizing biology, drug discovery, and many other fields. And while neural engineering has used machine learning in a way since the very beginning, how do you think this new large-scale AI is shaping your field?
There are two different, I think, directions. One is to take advantage from the things that AI is getting in other fields. So if you understand better how to use chemistry for something, you can incorporate this for neurotechnology. So becoming the final user, which is pretty common for a discipline like neural engineering, which is a system engineering discipline at the end. So getting advantage of the discovery that AI provides in other fields. And that's, if you want, also in terms of reduction of cost. Clearly, we often integrate devices that other disciplines do, and if these devices are more effective and cheaper, will be better in general. At the same time, more, let's say, in the core of the discipline, the idea is to go more and more in designing digital twins, if you want, of the people you are going to be interfaced with in terms of, in general, the nervous system, but not only, because this can give you many different opportunities in the way. You can understand how to design new solutions, designing new algorithms, new devices in a more effective way. So, for example, you can reduce the amount of time you need to spend for animal experiments or even for technological development. Just to give you an example, these models allowed a former student of mine, now colleague, to develop a small change in one electrode for spinal cord stimulation that we have been using for having people with spinal cord injury walking again. But using the models, which were also AI-based, he was able to find modification to make this more effective. So when you have a digital twin, you can optimize the technology, but also you can optimize the selection of the components for a specific patient. Now, at the end, often neurotechnologies are like Lego bricks. You have many different bricks to combine together. But then when there is a new subject with a specific problem, you can identify a priori which is the set of bricks that could work better for the specific patient. And then eventually at the end, when you implant it, AI can help you personalizing the solution, optimizing and personalizing, which has two very important advantages. First, the patient will get the best possible solution in a fast way. But second, you are going to increase the number of the patients who can get benefit of this technology. So let's say there are different topics, but I would say that what I can already see is that AI is going to significantly change the way we design and we test then neurotechnologies in patients.
Okay. Well, this brings me to my next point, actually, which was a bit on the system engineering and also on the modular in the name of Mina, your lab. Because the neuroprosthetics today are largely inaccessible and are costly most of the time, or require a huge equipe of engineers just to account for one patient and recalibrate all the time. So where do you see AI shaping this process of automation? And do you think that this process is very patient-specific or can be generalized?
In most of the cases, it depends on the application, but I would say that in general, it is patient-specific.
Okay.
There are already in clinical practice neurotechnologies, cochlear implants, deep brain stimulation for Parkinson, and in these patients it's already evident that AI and models can speed up the personalization. But the personalization will be really personal. Sure. This is unavoidable because each patient is different, and at the end, even if you make a very precise planning, you don't know exactly what kind of sensation, motor function, what you're going to get out of the implant. So clearly, the issue of the personalization will stay. Of course, AI, as I was saying, could speed it up. But at the same time, what we should do in a second phase is to go for what a colleague of mine called frugal innovation. Okay. So try to take the principles of what we are doing and find a way to make it reasonably simpler to increase the amount of people, the number of people who can get advantage of it, also in developing countries. I will give you just one example. We are working on implants for providing sensation to amputees, but implants are difficult to get authorized, they cost a lot. We are also now working on solutions making on soft technologies, which are clearly less effective, but reasonably good and cost 100 times less, and they are faster to go to market. Yeah. I cannot say now, but we just signed an agreement to license some of our patents, the non-invasive ones, to a company to have our technology in few years, hopefully, in patients. And this is possible only if you make something kind of downsizing the technology. To start with something, it works, and then maybe you can have at the end always, sorry to say in this way, a BMW and a Fiat. So no offense to other companies. I don't know whether Fiat still exists, but that does not. But it doesn't matter. Even better. Let's say you can have, but even a Fiat with a limited performance can bring you from A to B. So simplifying the technology will be one of the challenges for the next future.
Okay. And as one of the last questions, I really wanted to see your opinion on agency, because there has been a lot of talks about neuroprosthetics and whether the person using the neuroprosthetic is actually using the neuroprosthetic or being used by the neuroprosthetic. So is there a learning curve by the patient to interact with these tools? And where is the right balance, or how much does the model adapt to the human and the human to the model? Is there an interaction?
First of all, without agency, which is the ability of the subject to feel that he's using the device, so that the device is part of the body in an effective way, without agency, the people don't use it. So simply, if there is too unnatural, unless it's really important to use it, people don't like it. So agency, embodiment, these things are important. How to combine the two learnings? The learning of the machine and the learning of the person. You need to do together, and in general, one of the things that we are trying to do is to have a lot of help at the very beginning from the machine, so when the subject is not able to understand how to properly use the new technology. And the more the person becomes used to the technology and can get it in an effective way, the less important will be the technology, the intelligence of the technology. We did a few years ago a testing with different patients, and it was clear that for some of them, what we call the share control, so the intelligence of the machine, was really not important. After a few trials, they were able to do by themselves pretty well. But there was a large fraction of the subject who really needed the smart share control to do it properly. So this will be another example of personalization. You could start with a lot of help from the machine. Some would not need it, and some would be like me. I've been always very bad in gaming, something like that, always poor. So maybe I have something in my brain, and then I need the help of the machine to do something. But at the end, I need to feel that I'm in control, at least partially. Otherwise, I'm not using it.
Okay, thank you. One question that comes to mind is that for machine learning and AI, most of the time we think of them as black boxes, and we don't know how much is going on. And machine learning and AI was inspired at first by human brains, no? Because we are intelligent. Are we also black boxes? Do we change all the time? How much neuroplasticity impacts, and how much can AI learn from neural behavior? Still.
Let me start from the second. There is a lot of activity trying to emulate the way we learn in an artificial way. Yeah. There is all the neuromorphic chips that, for example, can provide a lot of advantages in terms of efficiency, performance, power consumption, for example. So we can learn a lot from the brain. We learn over time, so clearly there is plasticity. If you learn to play tennis, you know, there was being Italian Swiss, I always win. There was Federer for tennis before. Now there is Sinner, so I'm always happy. If you try to learn playing tennis at the very beginning, let's say your learning will be complicated, and your plasticity will try to help you over time. So there is plasticity. At the same time, when I teach, for example, I try to say that we always used to say plasticity will make the job when we are not able as engineers to make something working. Mm-hmm. So there is plasticity, but we tend to a bit overestimate what, not as a kid, but my age, 54, we can really learn. So I'm trying to learn in golf, and I'm very bad, very poor, probably because I'm too old to do that. So sometimes we have to remember that plasticity is limited. It's not the holy grail that can solve all the problems. At the same time, there are starting to publish papers with an evidence that, for example, cortical non-invasive neuromodulation can facilitate learning and plasticity. Okay. There is a wonderful work that my colleague Friedman Hummel at EPFL published a few months ago on this topic, for example. So clearly, also in that sense, maybe neurotechnology could help, but clearly there is a limit. So the idea that you can provide something, whatever, and the person will help using it anyway because of plasticity, it's a bit kind of an excuse to do a poor job. We need to do better sometimes.
Well, thank you very much for your insights in this fascinating field. And based on your experience, your life story, is there any take-home message that you want to give to the public?
You know, I listened to the panelists before, and they really want kind of repeating, but I will tell you my story. When I started more than 30 years ago in 1990, the university, I had in mind what I wanted to do, which is more or less what I'm doing.
Biomedical engineering.
I'm very lucky, yes. But at that time, at least in Italy, there was no biomedical engineering. So I tried to build my path slowly, trying to find opportunities, but also, as my wife is used to say, as a navigation system. So from time to time, there was a roadblock, and then I was trying to find another road around. And sometimes getting, honestly, because I was lucky, probably, unexpected opportunities. So, you know, just since because I'm here, many years ago, I had the wonderful opportunity to spend 4 years at ETH, and I learned a lot in terms of managing labs in a certain way in a certain university. But this was totally unexpected. So I would say the message is, as they said before, get passion for something, so a dream that you want to achieve, and as much as possible, go around the problem like a navigating system, sometimes getting the idea that something that you don't see as an opportunity could become, at the end, an opportunity. You know, citing again the late Steve Jobs, sometimes you connect a posteriori the dots of your life, realizing that something that at the beginning was to you not meaningful, at the end was an extra opportunity that somehow you got. So navigate through the problems, trying to survive as much as possible. That's the only message I can provide.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
So I believe we have time for some questions from the public. One question from the public.
When there is no question, means everything very good or everything very bad. So let's hope for the best.
From personal experience, you are a good professor, so everything is very clear.
Thanks a lot.
Ah, there is one question.
No, there is one. Okay.
It was so much evoked, so it's probably a very stupid question.
Sorry, can you use the microphone?
And the longer
It's
Just click on the green button.
I'm connecting the part of your talk where you mentioned how not to micromanage students because they're intelligent, creative, and so on, but sometimes you have to put, you still have to have oversight of them so they don't drift apart too much. And so I wanted to ask you whether you're starting to, or whether this idea applies to the uses of AI for neuroprosthetics, whether you're also applying this idea and letting the AIs do more and more without micromanaging them.
Not yet. The main issue is that while I do know, because I selected them, that my students are really bright students and they can do the job, AI, at least from what I can see, is still in its infancy. So it's not ready to get all the freedom that I give to my students because the number of mistakes AI can make is larger than what my student can do. Probably in a few years from now, it will be different. But right now, I would say too much freedom, it's not ready. You know, it's like my son is 18, and it's the same issue with teenagers. No? You need to give freedom, but to be sure that the freedom you are providing is provided to a person who is mature enough to get it. Let's say AI is still a 10-year-old kid, then you need to check more.
Then
Thanks a lot.
Then we thank Silvestro and Leonardo, and we start the final panel on robotics, and we are going to talk with researchers, entrepreneurs, innovators that are working with intelligent systems capable of interacting with the physical world, from autonomous mobility, industrial optimization to legged robotics and real-world automation. The panel will be moderated by our Giusy Spaccone, and here she is. She's currently a PhD researcher at ETH, in the Institute for Integrated Systems, where her work focuses on wearable and personalized biomedical technologies, integrating machine learning and advanced hardware systems. So give a round of applause for Giusy.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I think now we are jumping with a hot topic, so robotics for AI. So let me introduce the three speakers for the last panel of today. First of all, we have Dr. Dario Bellicoso. Dario received his PhD from the Robotics System Labs here at ETH Zurich, where he focused on motion planning and control for multi-limbed walking robots. After that, he then joined Boston Dynamics, and he is now research scientist, project lead, and controls lead at the Robotics and AI Institute here in Zurich, which is part of Boston Dynamics. Our second speaker is Giorgio Valsecchi. Giorgio received his PhD from the same lab, and after that, he moved to Singapore, where he worked as a robotics engineer for iBot. After that, he came back to Switzerland, and he founded River, which is now part of Amazon. In their startup, they are developing general physical AI by deploying autonomous legged robots for real-world doorstep delivery. And finally, our third speaker is Giorgio Corbellini. Giorgio completed his PhD in the Nuclear Energy Research Center in Grenoble. And after that, he developed a strong career in industry. Just to mention, a company worked here in Disney Research in Zurich. And 4 years ago, he joined Embotech, which is a startup that is developing autonomous driving solution for automotive factories, ports, and logistics center. Yeah, I guess we can start with a question just to get to know each other. So, I mean, you all did a PhD, you all work in robotic-related fields or autonomous systems, but I was wondering, was there like a moment in your life where you fell in love with robotics and this idea of autonomous systems? And did you actually do an education in robotics, like a master's degree, bachelor's degree, or this is something that came out later? Feel free, maybe.
Should I start?
You start.
OK. So when you like something, I'm not sure you can really find a reason for it. And I think that's the nice part about it. You're just interested in it. I guess for many of us, something like seeing movies about robots or just liking how, like thinking, there's that thing, I have no idea how to make that happen. What if I were to work on that? Like, how could I do that? Yeah, I was lucky enough that in high school I was already doing some programming, so how to make some lights turn on, and I guess that's one of the things that all engineers like a lot, just see some LEDs and do some small chatbots, something like that, of course, not with large models. But then I was lucky enough to be in Napoli and do controls engineering, which is the basics of many of the things that then have been done over the years. Yeah, and I guess that they're being exposed to these things and seeing what is actually possible, what is not possible yet, and then learn the foundations for these things is then what, if you like that, you get even more curious about it.
Thanks a lot. Maybe we can jump with our other speakers.
Yep. I don't come from robotics in education. I studied aerospace, and I was seeing robots as a toy when I was a kid. That was my understanding of robotic. I had the luck of doing an internship at JPL, so a branch of NASA, and I thought I would do something about rockets or airplanes, something in that direction. And I was asked to develop robotic tentacles for locomotion in microgravity. So okay, probably it's not that hard. It took me 40 prototypes to get to something that still did not work. So it was difficult, and every time you develop something, once it starts working, you know what you want to do next. And what was striking is the difference between how mature is the design of aircraft compared to how immature is the design of robots. So every iteration can give us a huge leap forward, and that was hooked me. So every time I try to do a new robot, it can be significantly better, while in many other branches of engineering, the improvements are only marginal. And then I kept trying and trying. That's how I started the passion.
Thanks a lot. And what about you, Giorgio?
So same here. I did not study robotics at university, but then in my career, as you mentioned, I moved to Disney Research, which is a laboratory here in Zurich, not far away from here. And that's where I got first-hand in experience with a multidisciplinary team, one of which was robotics. And so we had to do quite some projects together. And I mean, robotics are super cool. And Disney, maybe not many people know, but this has lots of robots in the parks and resorts, animatronics of all different types, are very specialized things. So there was a lot of real applications for this, but also a lot of research. And you might have seen recently what Disney Research has done in collaborations with NVIDIA. The team moved on to do amazing stuff. So it was extremely cool. Then I left for automotive, but I'm very happy to be back to merging automotive and robotics.
Thanks a lot. And I think this also brings now to who you are today, what you're working on. Maybe, Dario, we can start with you. So we know you work in the Robotics and AI Institute in Zurich, which is, however, part of a bigger dimension, which is the one of Boston Dynamics. So could you tell us actually what you are researching on here in Zurich, and also how does this fit into the bigger vision of one of the biggest robotics companies in the world?
Sure. So the institute started a few years ago. So it's somehow coupled with Boston Dynamics in the sense that those are two individual organizations that happen to have the same owner, and there's a strong collaboration between the two. There's also many people that were in Boston Dynamics, including myself, that then over time decided to move to the institute. But because of that, there's a lot of collaboration going on, and although Boston Dynamics has been very, very close in terms of showing out there what is going on and what is happening within the company, with the institute, there's been a little bit of an easier way to do that. So what the institute has been focusing on since the beginning is to understand what are the challenges in robotics, what are the fundamental problems, and have a group of people that can spend their time in focusing on this and trying to address them. A little bit with the spirit of how Boston Dynamics has always been operating, in the sense of getting very complex problems, trying to break them down into simpler ones wherever possible, and trying to do from first principles and taking small steps towards solving larger problems. Within the Institute, there's many, many different projects that all try to address these problems. The ones that we're working on here in the Zurich office is about full stack autonomy for mostly legged systems that may have feet or may have wheels, if you've seen some of the videos that are out there. So we work on everything there, like from motor control to locomotion and driving, up to local navigation, like how do I get over there without falling into things, although that happens most of the time because it's still very hard. And then how can I have an interface of autonomy on top of this, whether that interface has to be towards a human or if it has to be towards like a large model. So these are some of the problems that we're tackling.
Thanks a lot. I think with Giorgio, we move on a topic, a domain which is quite similar, so legged system. I'm quite sure most of the people here have already seen Giorgio's product in the streets in Zurich or maybe on social media. So Giorgio, could you please tell us, describe a little bit more what your startup is doing, but also what were all the technical challenges that you had to face to deploy your robots in a real world in the end?
Yeah, maybe starting from the roots, as we already said, I come from the same lab as Dario. He doubled down on research, so he's looking in the future, so what can be possibly done. We are looking at the here and now with a commercial angle, so we try to make this robot profitable. So this means that we need to narrow the field, we need to specialize more and more, and we need to also pick a problem that is compatible with the state of maturity of the technology. So originally, we saw people were looking at the robot and asking, why are you doing this when we were in the lab? At a certain point, they start asking, can I buy it? And then we realized that's the moment to start selling. That's the moment to start having a company doing this. And we took a broad look at the market, And there are many possible applications. There is patrolling, there is last mile delivery, there is the possibility of working in agriculture. The spectrum is very broad, but ultimately we decided on last mile delivery because it's an extremely scalable problem. There are billions, tens of billions of delivery every year happening, and it's something clearly monetizable. If you do a delivery, you get $1. It's very clear. You just need to make that happen, and it's sufficiently narrow. It's true that every house is different, but you understand where is a door, and you really need to have sophisticated locomotion to get there. So we managed to narrow these. So once we restricted the domain, the challenge was not to develop the technology to maximize the capability, but on the other side was to cut down everything that was absolutely not necessary to make it cheap enough to turn the business profitable. So that's, instead of expanding the scope, we had to narrow it and to remove things, and to make it simple enough, cheap enough to make the business case valuable.
Thanks a lot. I think with our third speaker, Giorgio, we jump in a bit different dimensions, because so far, yeah, we talked about legged systems, which have a relatively small scale, while we know your company, Embotex, is developing solutions for large-scale systems. So you work in factories, ports, logistics centers, and these are systems that have to operate every day, 24/7. And first of all, I would like to ask what kind of product you are actually developing, and on which technology are you relying on today to get the job done?
So our company is active in two markets. They both fall in the umbrella of autonomous logistics. That's how we call it. So on one hand, we build autonomous trucks, so trucks for container terminals or ports or logistics centers. So you can imagine a vehicle with retrofitted with sensors, yeah, the LiDARs, different types of sensors, cameras that enable the vehicle to drive autonomously in a mixed traffic environment. So like a port, in fact, where you encounter other type of vehicles, external trucks, 24/7. So all weather conditions in all possible situations. The other use case, the other market where we are active is for automotive companies. We drive their cars in their factories at the end of the finish line, the production line, autonomously through all the different tasks that they have to go through. For example, for quality, vehicles might have to go to some test tracks or testing rigs, or just be transported to the next belt. In that case, we don't modify the vehicle. We install the infrastructure. We equip the infrastructure. We make the factory smarter. But then we use the same software to drive the vehicles. So as of now, we are already in operations. We now drive about 2,500 vehicles every day for BMW, which is a big customer, very innovator, that believed in us. So these two businesses are, what they have in common is the fact that both factories and ports work at 24/7. And to connect with what Giorgio said, we are really, what we do is quite narrow with respect to pure research. And it's really focusing on a very specific problem, which is transporting goods from A to B. It's a job that today is done by people that actually don't want to do that job anymore. So as of now, none of our clients, and not even in our prospects, has decided to change any position internally. They just want to do more, they want to expand, they want to find a better way to do this job, and this is not particularly, it's also unsafe to do such a job, especially in ports. So what technology we use, we develop basically pretty much almost everything in-house. We don't produce any hardware, which is quite a difference with others. We buy hardware off the shelf, but the entire software stack, with the exception of a few little things, is done in-house. And of course, the system, we'll talk maybe about safety later on. It's the most important thing for us is the system design. We spoke yesterday about the safety by design being something that many companies don't understand. And I think it's something that we understand very well, I think. And we went through certification processes, which for a startup like ours were extremely painful, but absolutely mandatory, including cybersecurity, which is something that was not another topic yesterday at Apero.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, of course, you all brought here an important, a key word, which is the one of autonomy. And of course, in the past years, AI seems to have took over regarding this aspect. So we know that AI, when deployed on robots, has been taking over for a lot of tasks like grasping, locomotion, and so on. However, we also know that in some companies and in some approaches, we have more traditional methods, so classic control theory, which is still used. And my question is, do you think that in the next year, AI will completely take over, or we will have still some cases where we can rely on methods which are more simple, but maybe more reliable?
Should I start?
As you prefer.
So I think the first thing to think about is that many companies that start out there, even the very large ones, without having to name them, when they start building a new robot, the first thing they do is not RL, is not machine learning. They start with the simplest possible things that you can think of. And simple doesn't mean easy or not good. It means well understood. I know what's going to happen, and I know how long it will take for a team of N people to make that thing happen. Whether or not that thing will scale then to a product or not, this does not matter, because you have to start bringing up the tools that you need to then expand further. So it's not AI, it's not ML, it's probably inverse kinematics or whole body control or MPC. And it could even be that then you stay with that, because it really depends what do you need from your product, what does it need to do. Then the thing is that will these classical methods, whatever classical means, will they stay or not? Will AI take them over? I think in our lab, years ago, before RL on walking robots was a thing, we started to see the people who started doing this. It was clear to us, okay, this thing is going to take over in some sense. Because classical methods, now for anybody who is familiar with that, one of the biggest problems with walking robots is the fact that there's contact planning. And this is still a problem today. It's still a problem with manipulation and interaction with the world. It's still one of the hardest problems to solve. And if you scale that up, anything that comes with a tree of decisions, that is still complicated. So AI or reinforcement learning is really good at that. However, it gives you the illusion that you understand what is going on, and it comes with very, very fast solutions. You get a robot to walk very quickly, and it makes you think, I'm done. This robot walks. This is absolutely not the case. You still need to understand how control works. You still need to be able to look into data, not for AI, but to understand, is my actuator broken? Do I really understand how contact is happening on these robots? Am I doing state estimation properly? So it doesn't matter which method stays. It matters how do we continue ourselves to build skills to understand how to develop complex systems and complex solutions. Whether AI stays or not, whether classical control stays or not, our understanding has to continue to stay.
Yeah, I think in this conversation it's useful to have meta categories, and the one that I will introduce is tools and goals. Is AI a tool or a goal? Of course, AGI is a goal. We want to have this moonshot result, but when we look at the practical problem that we're facing that are relevant today, AI is a tool. And in that context, it's a very powerful tool. We saw that the aforementioned machine learning techniques, be it reinforcement learning or imitation or whatever flavor we want, can deliver very specific results. However, when you enter commercial reality, you need to certify what you're putting out as a product. So when you want to start making economy around this thing, especially with robots that are something that move and ultimately they need to interact with people, this carry a factor of risk. You need to be able to certify. And machine learning methods are not deterministic, meaning that you cannot test them to the level that is understood by regulation. You're in a deadlock. So it's likely that we will see this kind of system doing the bulk of the performance of autonomous system. So machine learning will drive the bulk performance, but there will always be, or it's very likely to be, a deterministic layer as a fail-safe that takes over in those corner cases that can be detected. Otherwise, you're not going to have a certifiable system. In parallel, there is probably going to be an almost scientific effort to align regulators around what is the right way of certifying a machine learning method, because it's evident to everybody that they can outperform deterministic system. However, we have a legislative gap. Like, practically speaking, we don't know how to certify such a thing. So we are a bit in a deadlock. Therefore, the traditional methods are here to stay for a significant amount of time.
And what do you think regarding that is mainly missing, is creating a dialogue with who would be responsible to certify and to define the regulations on how to certify this system? Because in the end, it's something that came out recently and we don't really know.
I think it's good to draw a parallelism here. Think about the aviation industry. At a certain point, people start flying machine, and there was no regulation, and there was a common understanding that this thing is extremely viable from an economic point of view, but there is some risk involved. And then the top player of the industry, together with the government, created the institution of best practice and a self-improving set of regulation. So probably it will be a joint effort between the state, the government, international bodies, and private player, which are touching the technology really on the field, on the cutting edge of what is possible. And together we need to come up with a way of approaching this new technology that is ultimately positive net return for society. So we are going to do more at a lower cost because we're using these, so we're willing to shape the new regulation to make it possible.
Thanks. And maybe for our third speaker, what's actually your opinion on that? You already touched upon the point of safety, reliability. How are you tackling this problem in your company, considering also that you work with very, very big system, and if something fails, it can hurt people and even kill people, right?
I want to second Giorgio in the approach. We are, first of all, the system cannot fail. So the AI part and the models, like the QM part, like the non-safety certified, that maybe plan the trajectory a little bit ahead of time, can fail, let's say, but the safety part cannot. We always need to check it and to catch the issue and stop. Worst case, you just stop. We have been stopping a lot in the past, always less, because then it's a trade-off between performance and safety, but there is a minimum. So the system always has to be safe. Like the safest robot of all, it doesn't move at all, doesn't bring any value, nobody's going to buy it, and that's it. So we have been to that cycle many times within our company. I think that dialogue has already started. So you mentioned aerospace, which is seven levels of magnitude above what I'm doing. But then there is maybe the automotive, like public road, ISO norms for this. And then there is what we are doing is a machine, is a robot. There are different machinery directives. There is a different type of robot. And that's not the type of norms. That's the league where we play. And those are the norms we follow to certify our system. We do this together with a large company like TÜV, like in Germany, like the assessor. And the dialogue has already started because we claim to be one of the first, or maybe the first company in our sector that has certified the system that we do. You could say there are not many competitors, so maybe an easy one. But and it's interesting because the assessor also had to learn how to certify and how to assess our system. You know, there's not such an easy thing as you say, okay, those are the 5, 10 norms that you need to follow. We were talking about some norms yesterday. It's a little bit of a back and forth and a discussion between us and the assessor, but also to the community. So it's good to have more customers that want to have these things. There is good to have more players, more competitors, and then we will converge. As of now, getting to the certification was for us a long journey. We have it for both systems, but it was a minimum requirement, just the beginning. You know, it's a minimum requirement to even sell what we're trying to sell. So we have really decoupled completely the performance part of the system from the safety part of the system, and there is always safety first. So of course the risk for us as a startup, you know, if you have an incident that can even barely get too close to a person, could be something that could stop the company right away, right? We drive heavy-duty trucks with 60 tons in the middle of a port in Rotterdam. You can imagine it can go bad, right?
Yeah.
And the absolutely not acceptable. Yeah? That's why we're very, maybe we are slow, I don't know, but we're very humbled in the way we do step by step, which we never oversell. We try to get there step by step, and that so far has taken where we want it to be. So it's good. That's our approach.
Thanks. And I mean, regarding this, do you think that having a human in the loop component, I mean, today we talked a lot about the role of human within the AI. And I mean, for robotics, do you think that having a human in the loop is a way to make system more reliable? Or do you think that at some point robots will completely take over and be fully autonomous? I mean, we know there are companies like Tesla, Waymo, which pretend to be autonomous, but then they still rely a lot on teleoperation, for example. So what do you think about that?
I can start looking at me.
Yeah, it's
for reliability and like availability of the overall system, for sure, we already have. We don't do teleoperations, so our CTOs really put a barrier, no steering wheel outside the vehicle, and then we are. It is still the case after many years. But what we do is we offer something that we call remote assistance. You know, if the vehicle gets stuck, somehow really doesn't manage to get it, then there is a person in the loop. And there you also have a lot of safety relevant questions associated with it, because you need to really make sure that before the person resume the operations, that it is safe to do so. They might not see if there is a person underneath the car that stopped. Yeah, so you don't know. So there are a lot of back and forth that needs to be done. So as of now, our customers are used to automation. They have a lot of automation, robots in the factories, in the ports. All those cranes are automated. So they're used to this human-in-the-loop approach for some of the steps. So we will keep it. What the future will bring, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. It's very difficult. It changes. We of course monitor and observe. But it's not about safety. Safety should never be put in questions, because a lot of things that can go wrong. Some of our competitors tried the teleoperations first approach in the niche market where I play. I'm not talking about public road, Waymos, and so on. And that did not work. Did not work because you're just putting a person outside the cabin. So the business case doesn't work. It's not there because you're just paying a person to be somewhere else. Maybe you can drive few vehicles at the same time. One is loaded and the other I drive, but there is no business there. So it has to work the way we do it. Yeah.
Thanks. And I don't know if our other panelists want to add something regarding this topic.
Yeah, I would bring again the economic lenses. So the vehicle has to move autonomous, the robot or vehicle, until it goes outside of the operational design domain, and then the recovery by a human. This is a very economical and pragmatic way of not having to over-design the system to deal with everything. So I think allowing the human to step in effectively give us a system that is more pragmatic in its operation and more economically efficient. So to have it perfectly autonomous, it might be extremely more expensive to get there and not as effective. So why is it, again, is it a goal? And if it's a goal, why?
Definitely.
Maybe I can add, when we were working on Stretch in Boston Dynamics, which is a product for logistics, like this giant arm that moves boxes out of a truck and then onto a conveyor, or the other way around. One of the metrics there for the economic factor was how many times does somebody have to intervene if the robot is smashing on something or breaking something or boxes are falling out. So then the autonomy part kicks in the sense that can the robot recover from failure cases? For example, if all the boxes fall down, can the robot continue operating from there? Can we have a system that knows how to inform the user, I need human intervention or not? And then this becomes a research problem and at the same time a product problem. Should I do that or not? Is this in scope for this product? Is this feasible to even solve? Some things we did solve. The robot was operating autonomously for a very, very long time. The intervention was taken down to a minimum because then the whole thing was also scoped at the same time in a proper way. Then there's problems like, especially for working robots, it's unclear what autonomy really means. Like at what point is the robot autonomous? Like until a while ago, being able to control it with a joystick and just say go forward, that's what we meant by autonomy. It can autonomously decide how to walk in certain ways and what to do. That's obviously not enough anymore today. It has to know how to get over there and avoiding some obstacles or some moving obstacles. And then it becomes even harder. Like the more you develop these skills, the more you can think of what level of autonomy can be even possible to think about.
maybe I kind of hook up with a topic, just looking a bit at the future. So we have seen 2025 as being the year of humanoids, right? And now everyone seems to talk about them. And my question is, do we really need humanoids? Or can we rely on something more simple that is still able to do the job? And do you think at some point these humanoids will replace most of the boring tasks for humans, or are still human needed somehow?
So I think everybody has collectively lost their mind completely. I mean, obviously, as a research problem, it has always been interesting for us to think about the idea, okay, there's a robot that has to walk somehow. It doesn't matter how it looks like. How do you make that happen? That's interesting. Do you need that for something? That's a whole different problem. There has been since decades, maybe, robots already doing autonomous tasks in logistics, in factories in a certain way. Now we need humanoids. We don't really need humanoids. This is unclear. Time will tell. It's obvious that the promise of having a robot that is capable of autonomously navigating in the world and interacting with it is a great promise, if this thing can really do everything. So yeah, you probably need legs, maybe wheels, and then the problem is, what kind of hands do you have? And now, does it have to have the human form factor? Does it need 2 legs? I have heard over the last 10 years many different reasons why yes and why no, none of them convincing. In a company, I saw once a huge paragraph saying, this is why we need humanoids, and there was, okay, sure, it's cool. I mean, just admit that it's cool. That's already already a very good reason. We do it because we like to do backflips. So I'm gonna walk over there doing backflips only. No, obviously the human form factor, one of the reasons that it comes is that you can withstand pushes, okay, that's about legs, and it has a limited space that it requires to keep balance up. I can come up with many other form factors that can do a similar thing, and then the problem of coming up with a product for a specific task is very different than building a general purpose robot. So I think only time will tell if this thing lives on or not. From a research point of view, it's extremely interesting to look into this, especially if we think about robots going in space and then building space stations and things like that. But even then, you probably don't need a humanoid, because the moment that thing falls, it's gone, and nobody's going to go on Mars and pick it up. So it is very
Another
unclear.
humanoid.
Huh?
Another humanoid.
Another humanoid, and then even that one falls, and then what do you do? It is important to figure out how to make this thing happen from a research point of view, and even probably from a product point of view. But it's unclear if we need exactly that today.
Thanks. And I guess this applies even more if you want to make revenue out of a system, right?
Should I say again that we have lost our mind?
Yeah.
No, it's good, but maybe you can say more.
Yeah, on revenues I will not speak, but I think humanoid at the moment are a necessary evil. If you think about the space race or Cold War, there were moments of super intense competition, which was non-confrontational and very productive in creating new technology. So we're going in trying to do this thing where it's not even clear if it's going to be a net positive or not, if it's possible or not. We're not sure whether it's possible or not. We're going to create a lot of technology. We're investing in something very useful, because there will be a lot of byproduct down the road in trying to do these. We will teach a lot of people how to interact with this kind of system. We will develop the industry to build them. Like, there are so many good things that are happening because of these, that whether it's possible or not is almost irrelevant. So let people dream. The thing that worries me is when we start decoupling the expectation from the reality, and then there is a collective delusion. That's the dangerous thing, because then this can have implication on how people invest, spend money, or plan for systems which are de facto impossible. So as long as we keep it as an industrial bet, a research program, a moonshot effort, and as a very positive dream that is going to give us a return on investment in indirect form, is great. If we start thinking that we don't have to invest in infrastructure because humanoid will come, or that universal basic income has to be here because we start implementing political solution because now it's decided that they will come, that's the collective delusion that I would like to avoid.
Thanks a lot.
Not much to add. I absolutely agree with everything that was said. I will focus on the problems to be solved, and it's good that there are these, but many other crazy, interesting research activities of different types in robotics. It's cool like this.
Thanks a lot. So thanks a lot to our speakers. And maybe we can take 1-2 questions from the audience if some of you want. OK. Go ahead, please, go ahead.
OK. So one thing that strikes me...
At the microphone.
when we're talking about safety, I guess one can think about it in terms of a very asymmetric cost structure. So, you know, just to being stopped from doing what you need to do for prudence is a nuisance. But to not being stopped and then create some disaster, like in the case of a big truck, it's a lot of pain. So rationally, we could achieve safety in conformity with this cost structure. However, humans are not like that. People drive, they prefer to, on the speedway, like they prefer to arrive on average, let's say 10, 15 minutes earlier, even though if everyone was driving slower, probably that would mean a few deaths avoided every week. And so it seems that the problem actually is political, because then you have to put these cars or trucks or robots in a place where humans are. And then I was wondering, I would like to have your opinion, whether the paradox is that it seems we were almost there, you know, to have self-driving cars already 10 years ago. And why is this not happening? Would it actually be much easier if somehow there were only self-driving cars in a city? And how do we then what should we do? Maybe then China will decide that, you know, top-down decision. In Shanghai, only self-driving cars, and then only then we imitate. How do we deal with this? To me, it seems more of a political problem than a technical problem, almost.
But even if you do that, so I agree. I thought also many times, why are they not just self-driving cars? But you still need to figure out how can they not smash into each other, because the world is still different than what was tested in whatever test area. So the problem of coming up with whatever, now just to be specific, like any navigation or control system in whatever form it is, you still need to be able to provide some constraints to it in who knows what form. You should be able to certify it. Then comes the political problem, like what does it even mean to certify that? We don't, and then if we talk about neural networks, we don't know what does it mean to certify weights of the neural network. This is totally unclear. And like Giorgio said before, these are probabilistic systems of which we take the mean of that and then we put it on the robot, but that's not exactly what that was trained for. So it's not even clear what it means to put a funnel of constraints around it. Then this thing might just freak out completely. So yeah, even if you were to have a fully automated setup, only automated cars in a city, you still need to figure out how to make them safe in a sense, because there's going to be people inside. So that's still something that is very, very, very hard to solve. And the more we go towards control systems that we do not fully understand and that we are okay with the fact that we don't understand them, which is also why we have lost our mind a little bit in thinking that we are somehow solving these problems, we are getting further away from getting to a situation where we can safely deploy these systems.
I think there is also a layer of cognitive bias. People feel way more comfortable driving a car than being in an airplane, but it's order of magnitude more likely to die in a car accident than in an airplane accident. But in a car, you're driving, so you feel in control. So you're doing the trade-off between I go faster or slower if it's safer or not. When you delegate the control, you feel less safe automatically. And if you think about centralizing a big system like a self-driving car, you're never going to find the political support because people don't feel like they can decide. They do one decision and the thing is gone forever, even though it becomes game theory. Like, it would be beneficial for everybody, but for each individual don't want to be the one affected by it, so collectively we have a tragedy of the common.
Thanks. I think we have time for one last question. Please go ahead. Yeah. you need to press the green button. Yeah.
Okay, yes, perfect. So, thank you very much. I'm a robotics engineer, but and I really love what you're doing. But I will try to play the devil's advocate today. So, I was wondering, what is your opinion when people say that robots will take over people's job? Will they actually bring more jobs, or will they create this occupation? Thank you.
It's the classic every time it gets asked.
There's also the classic answers to this, but I mean, this becomes a historical and sociological discussion. But let's see. I think it is the case that this has been a problem since tools were invented, and since their use in our society has been exploding since industrial revolutions. This has always been a problem, but at the same time, new technology gets introduced, and it is also always very hard to predict how much is that going to affect people in the sense of how much of those jobs, the existing ones, are going to be replaced, and in what form are they going to be replaced? Are they going to be fully replaced or not? And how much more jobs and economical value is that revolution then going to bring? This is quite hard to predict, and I can tell you what robots do. I cannot tell you what they are supposed to do in that sense. But it's clear that I think one example is LLMs taking over software engineering jobs. I think what people are forgetting is that somebody has to program those LLMs still. And the moment, I already see that there's a little bit of a change in how people are programming, and it's a little bit crazy how it's happening. And already there's news out there, and this is now in the form of rumor, so we can just think a little bit and try to predict what was going to happen. Companies starting to lay off people because they can use AI, and now suddenly AI is making their websites crash. If you haven't been using Weights and Biases and GitHub lately, you will see what I mean. And now they need to hire back people that know how these things happen to debug data. So obviously, new tools get created that can be used to even increase even more the value. It's up to also to countries to know how to use them and how to make sure that jobs exist and how these tools are integrated. But of course, they bring more value. And in the case of software engineers, I don't think it's going to go away very soon, but we will see.
Maybe for other jobs, I think there is a strong interplay between robotics, the human in the loop, so that teleoperation that is there, and 5G and teleoperation. So you can have people taking control of the robot very far away. And when you introduce the angle of labor and workforce, well, immigration is a big topic, and it's not something easy. Like a large portion of the people here are Italians in another country, and immigration is a somewhat traumatic process. So if you can have a robot that is doing a physical demanding job, and the human in the loop is operating from another country where you have asymmetric wages, you can also transfer wealth without cutting the relationship that this person had in his own country. So you can multiply the workforce where it's needed and transfer the wealth where it's needed without involving the migration that is a political issue also. So I have a very bright outlook in terms of job. We're going to have the workforce where we need it without having to displace people, which I think is really going to be great.
So.
No, same for us. I second what was just said, and also some of the jobs that are in the area where we are active. You mentioned the truck. Someone mentioned the trucks earlier. There are jobs that people just don't want to do. So the customers, the sports that we talk to, they would like to expand, and they just cannot rely on this. And those are jobs that are unsafe, dangerous, and it's actually we ended up putting people doing those jobs because this is the best the best solution is having a person driving the truck, but actually you can buy 2 trucks because it may be a little bit less efficient because it's autonomous, and having the person doing a better job. And I see this happening. People are being retrained, and the industries where I am, I saw people, as I said, they are familiar with automation. So cranes, like I learned over a year, a lot of automated cranes and terminals. Now it's normal practice to have one person overseeing like 20 cranes, and this is absolutely fine, right? There was a time where maybe 30 years ago where this was seen as a shockwave in the industry of port automation, something like that. I agree. It's a tool, and there is now this one, and there will be always more tools and better tools.
Thanks a lot. I saw there was one last question, probably. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for the insightful discussion. I was wondering, connecting also to the topics before, about sovereignty. Let's say both AI, but maybe also tech. Let's say, yeah, when these systems, if they either heavily rely on AI, but also the hardware, or if they need internet connections, maybe now there is also a trend to have internet via satellites, I don't know. So, yeah, in a scenario where the society strongly relies on these systems, but we don't have sovereignty, yeah, what should be, let's say, the strategy around that? And yes.
You're the product guy.
I am the product guy. So I like my bicycle because I can fix it myself and I don't depend on many people. That's, I think it should be true on a larger scale. It's good to have optionality. So if you can choose, you can negotiate. If you depend, you're a rule taker. And I think being a rule taker is not good because then you create asymmetries, or being vulnerable create opportunities for malicious actor. So I think in the term of sovereignty, I struggle to pronounce it. I'm not a big, very affectionated to that. But it's a matter of if you keep the optionality, the situation is more balanced. A balanced situation creates stability, which is something that we all need in this phase. So when we buy something, we should understand, am I becoming the product for the other person, for the other side of the transaction? So I think the transactional model, where I win, you lose, I win, this mentality does not pay off. We should collaborate, and collaboration does not mean that you're not capable of being self-sufficient. You're collaborating because it's more economically effective, but you should always have a B plan. If you have a B plan, you're less vulnerable. And that's quite good when you're acting in a world where competition is the ground.
Thanks a lot. So thanks again to our speakers.
Thank you very much to all of you for participating, to the last panelists, and for those of you who have been here sitting since this morning. Thank you very much for your time and patience. We're now finally getting to the closure of this intense day. I would like to invite on the stage for final closing remarks Dr. Luca Valenziano. He is the scientific attaché of Italy here in Switzerland, and he really works hard to strengthen the collaboration between Italian and Swiss institutions from a scientific and technological point of view. So, yeah, please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, first of all, for having me here for these final remarks. Final remarks are usually the difficult part because it's the last step between you and your weekend, so it's up there. But at the end, it's also rewarding because, I mean, it's I think, in a very interesting, productive, inspiring event. So, first of all, let me say that it's been really a great initiative. And I can say, having been here for part of the meeting, of the workshop conference, a great event, a great success. So I would like to thank mainly the persons that I've been in touch with no specific order, because I mean, let's do Giusy, Pietro, Alice, Nicoletta, Leonardo, Elisa, Luca, Enrico, Francesca, and many others around the place, to all of them, first of all, for this organization, exceptional event. So let's join me in thanking them. I like to say that because, I mean, we started talking about this, not only this event, but this initiative, a United Italian Society, with this aggregation of people and brilliant minds some years ago, and from something which was just even before a seed, that became something which is a reality. And if we are all here, it's because of that. And bringing together not only brilliant minds already established in many fields, from academia to research to university, but also brilliant minds in becoming, in working and inspiring this part. And that's really key also for me, because my background in research says that we have to pay respect towards these brilliant minds in becoming, and having them so committed to produce value together, I think it's very, very important. So I say really pay tribute to what they say and say thank you for organizing that. Also on behalf of us as institution, because I'm representing here Italy in terms of institution, Italy in terms of country. We are speaking not our native language because we want to open our horizon to everybody, not because we don't like our language. And say, what I think is that we have to enlarge our horizon, and we are doing here in ETH Zurich, we are doing here in Switzerland, but we are proudly doing it as Italians. So that's important, because we have roots, but not only roots, we have education. So I try to collect some words and concept, not in a specific order, but I will try to illustrate my fil rouge in this idea. So education is one of the words I think it's important. Education is the basis. Education is something that we are we are testimony, witness here of education, but also our roots in Italy, of many of the persons we have been presenting today, contributing to panels, have been part of education in Italy. Education in Italy has a really high value. We have to be proud of it. We have some limitations, but with interaction with people here, and what we are doing is trying to improve what we are doing in Italy, and this is part of my job, to work and improve what is being doing in Italy, to have a common evolution and growth. This is one point. So one of the words that we need to think in Italy, especially in Italian academia, is, it was said, look out of a lab, look out of a box, it was said. I mean, to think a different way of doing things. I would like to touch here the point of how PhD postdoc students in Italy think of their future and what are their future outside academia. And you see, I've recently met a student, a PhD student in one of Italian universities, and he told me the same thing, that industry in Italy is not accepting, for instance, PhD, because they say that you have lost 3 years or 4 years in doing something which is, not useful for us. That's completely meaningless, stupid in my opinion, but still it's the same thing that 20, 30 years ago I was, fighting with my colleagues in PhD. So that's something we have to work there. One other word that I would like to mention connected to education is education is something that needs precision and accuracy, and then something that you cannot get just from a video on YouTube or any other platform. It's something that requires hard work, requires, a journey in a steep learning curve. But this is important. And precision, let me these words touch me another point that we were talking about precision medicine. Precision medicine related also to the different approach to gender and gender equality. So I connect this point, education, precision medicine, and gender equality, and saying that we have to be sure and make education accessible to all gender and all cultures. That's something that has to start from the youngest years in school, so from the primary school on. We are, of course, there is a lot of efforts in any countries in Italy, and we are doing here in our system, also contributing here in Switzerland to that. So I think that's one other point, keyword to get back. So education brings something related to what is driving the, say, innovation that was presented and illustrated by the panelists today. Passion is something that is driving all of us. Passion is what you guys are driven to do things like this one. But passion is driving your interest at your research. So, and passion's open to another word that has been said, questions. So asking questions, asking first yourself questions. Don't be shy in asking questions to others, and always challenging yourself with this question. I think it's an important point, because this drives research, fundamental research, but also innovation. That innovation that can, the last panel it was said, what happens for this robotics or AI, which is reducing changing the job market. Okay, this is the history of humanity. Any innovation has changed the history of humanity and changed its jobs. But still, farmers now are driving tractors or, using robotic agricultural machines, and not doing the same agriculture that in, say, Middle East, in Mesopotamia, was done 5,000 years ago. But still they are needed. Still it's important. And they are feeding more and more people with higher quality of products. So that's what we have to look for. I want to be positive on that. It's not easy. It will be difficult. It will involve politics, but still it's something that is relevant. And I think we will find the way of doing that, asking the right questions ourselves, and then finding the solution. Starting from, other two words, the fundamental research, which is done in academia. And, okay, some of you, as part of the academic bodies, some of you will enter in the future academic bodies, some not. But fundamental research, fundamental science is broad, is curiosity-driven, not always, but still curiosity-driven, and open the possibility for other person, to other interested person, and maybe the majority of person in the future, and this is a difference between Italy, when this is not necessarily true, as I said before, and here, to work on a narrower field, to turn ideas into products for the benefit of society. Of course, there are revenues, but the positive thing, the positive attitude is to do things for the benefit of the society. So from broad to narrow fields, specialized, and I reopen the angle to include another word, big. Big data, big problems, and also what was mentioned, understanding in a company the big picture. So that's something that everybody has to think not only of his specific activity, but how this enters from a specific problem solved or a specific application, then to a broader situation, a broader program, and eventually the impact on the society. This morning you had Brando Benifei, a member of European Parliament, that introduced this concept of the ethics of the AI, of course from a regulatory point of view of the AI Act, but at the end, what we are discussing today impacts also the decision of the government, because it's not only driven by, okay, the political situation or the consensus of the majority of the voters, but also of informed people like you, like me, like us, and like in this point. I want also to mention another word that was moving around, is the word physics. Physics is, I mean, a basis of many things, because we live in a physical world, but what does physics means in semantic terms? It means nature. So we are describing and using and working with the laws of nature, something that stays, and we are using that. And why we are using that, and I touch the last point I would like to point, because we are humans that understand that. We have evolved from, integral part of a nature in a technology-driven entity. So it's something that started. The last panel was discussing about autonomy of the robots. We learned how to be autonomous in terms of technology, starting from being a part of a nature like any other living animal on this planet, to be the drivers. And of course, we have the responsibility of doing that with respect towards the nature, towards the society. So we evolved as part of an evolutionary process, a selection done first by the nature, and then with our tools, we have been able to, change these rules and being responsible of our evolution. And now we must be responsible of the evolution of what we produce. Because, I mean, we are doing things fast, but we must consider that the humans must remain, in my personal opinion, but not only mine, at the center of this process. And I would like to conclude noting that it was important that the title of the panels and the event was Human for AI, not AI for robotics, AI for something. Humans for AI, so humans at the centers. What we are doing, humans at the center. And when I say humans, is let me say, an anthropocentric element. And when I say anthropocentric, I would like to recall that anthropos is not, I would like to say it's gender neutral. And this is another point, because we have to consider that we have to enlarge and we have to include this respect. And at the end, I would like to conclude lines of thinking and words by recalling what is written outside of this room, the words by Francesco De Santis. Before being engineers, scientists, you are, let me say, persons, not just men. And so, keep our humanity, keep humans, and go on pushing. So, thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Luca Valenziano for the inspiring official closing keynote. Just one final remark before we close our day. I want to invite here not only Nicolò, which is the CFO of United Italian Societies Global, joining us from London, but also all the other volunteer and moderator that together with me organized this conference. So we have Nicoletta, we have Giusy, Pietro, Enrico, Sebastiano, Glauco, Elisa, Leonardo. Where are they? Okay, yes, Giuliano. Okay, and without them, none of this would have been possible. They've been an amazing team, and mostly because it's all on a volunteer basis, but it's all done because we like somehow to give back. So we hope this was pleasant for all of you, and maybe I leave the word 1 minute to Nicolò.
Super quick, because I realize I'm between your aperitivo. So thank you very much all for being here. This, I think, has been a great event. First edition of the Italian Symposium in Zurich, and I think it's been a great success. And the fact of your presence, I think, is the proof of it. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you to our speakers for coming and sharing with us your professional experience on a Saturday. We value it so much. Thanks to all our sponsors and the institutions that have supported our work. Wouldn't be possible without them. Thank you to all our team. And a little call to action here. If you're in the audience and you found that what you've seen today is cool and you want to get involved in the team, please reach out, come and talk to us, or send us an email. We'd love to be working with you guys. So please do reach out. And if you want to support our work in any other ways, we're always open to any collaboration. So please do get in touch. I think I'm running out of time. United Italian Societies is so much more than what you see here today. The Italian Symposium this year has been a global event. We did it in Zurich, but also in London, Madrid, New York, and Paris. And I think this has been probably the year it's been the most successful. We owe this to the work of all the teams that we have locally in each different country, specifically here to the Swiss Italian Society. So please join me in giving a big round of applause to all of them.
Then I guess we are done for today. We hope to see you soon at our other events that we organize in Zurich or in Switzerland. And we sadly need to leave ETH before 5. So yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think you'll stay here for a picture. She's.
Sì, facciamo una foto.